That was fast. Hi, Kaz. Hey, Tamara. I know those names. How are you? I was like, I was nervous today. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm here. Evening. Just gonna give it a few. Hey, how are you? A few minutes. Kia ora. Hey, timing. Hope everybody has had a great day if you're in the southern hemisphere. It's been pretty hot here. At some point, I was just a bit tired, to be honest, but good. I've stayed grounded though. I've kind of just went into reflection mode and over the last week or so, because I've had a lot going on, because I knew Mercury retrograde was coming up, and then it's like, oh my god, oh gosh, and then the the full moon in Cancer, but I'm Cancer moon, so that's like my moon basically. So it doesn't affect me like how a lot of people can go quite head first into their ocean of emotion, and that can be very disorientating for them, or suffer from a lot of maybe memories coming forward that are quite traumatic or painful for them. Don't mind me, guys, I'm just killing my time while I wait. I'm just making my smudges, bunches. Oh, thank you. But if you guys could just tap the like, love, heart button, that would be great. Just get it out there. But yeah, like the moon feel's been pretty good for me. Mercury retrograde, not so great. First day of Mercury retrograde, I was taking my granddaughter to the hospital. She was already unwell, and her mother had to work, and we were taking her to the doctor in the morning. She just presented with the flu or flu-like symptoms, not feeling it, had a bit of a cough, and then ended up going to the hospital the next morning because she got a high fever and was shivering. And you know, when you like have that happen, because that's my heart right there, my granddaughter, that freaked me out, and I sort of went into survival mode. As I look back now, I realise I was in survival mode. That was like, what can I do to get through this right now? Get my granddaughter to the hospital. So we rang the ambulance. That was advised by the emergency centre we were going to go to, because it was like 6 o'clock in the morning. And yeah, just woke up to her shivering, and it was quite freaky to experience, even though I'm an old hand when it comes to children. Yeah, that wasn't the greatest. And I thought to myself, because it was interesting, because prior to that I thought, how is Mercury retrograde going to get me? Because you know what, I'm good, I've been doing my stuff, I've been crossing my T's and dotting my I's, I've been doing everything right in the book of life, in the spiritual book of life, and there was nothing they could get to me. I don't know who Ghostface is. And you just, yeah, they got to me right to the heart, and I thought it was quite uncanny that's how they got me. Because they want, like, what I was getting was, because I was just doing a bit of channeling, and I channel by just creating the space for me to step aside and to let whatever wants to come in, you know, higher and greater good. And then I just allow them to speak, and I write it down as well, or I record myself. And oh, I should have grabbed the piece of paper. And I wrote down that they were trying to vibrationally transform our priority list. And I might have already posted about that, and you've seen it. And Oh yeah, she's good. She was good. We stayed in the hospital. Sorry guys, I'll just finish with that story. Yeah, so we stayed in the hospital until her mother came, and then I got picked up from the hospital, and because she had worked that night, and so she woke up to 5 million calls, and she stayed till her fever went down. But yeah, she just caught a bug, wasn't COVID, and as soon as she was better, they let her go. Just one of those things with the little kids, you know, sometimes it happens. Yeah, they got me right in the heart. You know, I thought I was good. Ain't gonna get me, and is it gonna get me? And his first day, boom, arrow to the heart. Good morning, Shelby. Good morning. Oh, I hope it's not too early in the morning where you are. Yeah, and so, you know, and then, like I was talking about the channeling, so what I do is I step aside and just let, you know, trusting, in a trusting way. That's the thing about opening up your heart chakra, is that you have to trust the universe, that nothing bad's going to step in, that there is only love. Because the cool thing on a spiritual journey that you'll learn is that there is only love that is real. Because it's sort of like the fear, the suffering, the war, things like that, you know, all those negative things, that terms that we're hearing now. When you move into the next level of living, I like to call it, into when you go through the death cycle or go into the next level of living, there is nothing but love there. Like, I don't believe that there's a hell, only because I've researched all the soul, you know, people that really like to talk about the soul. Because for me, I think it was about 3-4 years ago, geez, it's been a while, that I realized that I was a soul in a human body, but still the same being, and recognize the value of my soul, or I'm going to get emotional talking about this. My soul recognized the value in me, is the best way I want to put it. And it was a huge awakening to understand that. And so when I was awakened, straight to the heart chakra, and that's where they get me. And it made sense that, you know, like with Mercury retrograde and with what's going on, I know I'm all over the show, guys, sorry, because I'm multitasking. But with Mercury retrograde being in, you know, 2022, which is the year of the heart, you know, sixes for me. So 2022 breaks down to a 6 numerologically, if I said that right. And for me, that's the number of the heart chakra, and the heart energy, love vibration. So it made sense that it went for the places that you love, and it's just in recognition of you understanding what's important to you this year. This is what makes the change, is that this realization that life is pretty precious, and at any moment we could leave it. And you could leave it feeling good about life, your life that you had, or you could leave it not feeling fulfilled. You know, your soul came here for a reason. Why did it come here? And it's time to ask those kind of questions. You know, manifest from that space. Like, it's a very strong, hey Onyx. Oh, yep, see you again. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. You know, it's sort of like, yeah, just a space to, I've lost my train of thought there, but it's sort of like when you recognize where your soul wants to go, like, you know it, you already know. And it's because, how can I describe that? It's almost like the things that you know how to do, it's like a natural thing. Like, I know how to do this, and it naturally comes to me, and my ability to grow naturally in that space, because they're supposed to be there. And you can change and shape how you want to be, you know, in your life. That's important to know that as well, is that I don't like labels. And I don't like labels because, yes, I like to think of myself as a tarot card reader. And yes, I like to think of myself as an energy intuitive, because I feel that I can do those two things very well, confidently. And no, I don't know it all, but I know enough to get me through and to understand and to process what's going on in my world, in my life, in my soul. And in the same respect, that I am everything and nothing at the same time. Like, it's learning to be always the empty cup, because we think of emptiness like this emptiness where we're an empty cup because we've given and given, but there's a space of learning to let all that go freely and allow new things to always fill you up. So instead of always running out, you're always being fulfilled, you know? It's always the steady flow in and out, this equal knowing that you're everything and nothing. And when you don't tag yourself to a label, or when you allow yourself to be open, you have less of a, like, your potential is more. So when you say, I'm this, I am this, it creates a limited potential, because is that all you identify with as yourself? Because I think for us, we're very layered as beings, human beings. We're very complex, and there's a lot, you know, there's a lot of parts of us. There's a lot of parts of us that get pulled in different directions. And it's, you know, this year you could be a doctor and you may have an awakening. That was an example. You may have an awakening and change everything, and then move to another country and practice yoga. You know, you become a yoga instructor. That has actually happened in the world. People can literally flip and change because they realize that the label that they put on themselves didn't satisfy their soul, because their soul is so much bigger, you know, so much bigger than you realize. And you can literally be anything that you want to be, and being nothing at all. I know that sounds weird, but it's just something that I really resonated with. And that's the Buddha. He's like that. He's empty. Yeah. And who wants a reading? So just, if you guys can like, that'd be great. But yeah, I like to talk first, so anyone that knows, I like to have a bit of a chat and talk about spiritual stuff. So if you have any questions, I like to talk about anything you'd like to know, and then get into the tarot readings. Just allows you to connect into my energy, and I can tell you from my experience and my own knowledge and inner wisdom. But a lot of people, they come in for the tarot. Well, I actually read oracle cards. I read all cards. I've started to spruce up on my rune readings. I like runes just for myself, because it's more like a, you know, like a very direct message. So sometimes I'll just put my hand in there with a thought or an intention in my mind and wanting it, seeking an answer, put my hand in the runes, pull them out, and boom, it's like, wow, that makes so much sense. And I think to myself, oh, thank you, you know, because we're all, I'm definitely needing a reading. Awesome. Well, I can tell you this, with the big spiritual gal here, struggling physically and lost a sense of direction from ill health. You know, to be honest, I think when we go through a health crisis or really poor health for maybe a short, intense, acute amount of time, or a long, drawn-out amount of time, we have to allow ourselves to heal. And healing doesn't happen so fast when it's taken a lot out of the body. So there's this period of just feeling a little bit numb and feeling a little bit unmotivated, because your body's still processing that experience. And we may suffer mentally because our mind wants to race forward, and our spirit wants to go here and there. Well, your spirit can travel as soon as you're asleep. Out it goes, wandering around, in a good way. Other dimensions usually, or, you know, where it needs to go. But like, you have to realize, and we have to normalize, that sometimes healing takes a long time. It's not always like 2 weeks later wanting to feel vibrant and brand new. Your body is usually an indicator that it needs, if you're feeling a little bit lost in direction, that's a good time to take the downtime to heal yourself and to just get centered. And I know a lot of people, like, I ground every day, you know, I do this, it's a regular practice. And some days I lose energy and some days I lose inspiration or motivation. And that's me reasonably healthy. So if you're not feeling well, just allow yourself that time and not push yourself to rush, because when you feel called to something, you will instantly just move towards it. That's the cool thing about your soul, is your soul already knows where it wants to go. It's just waiting for the right time to take that opportunity, or for that opportunity to arise. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, and sometimes that's actually quite a long period of time. I know that a lot of us want to bounce back, like that's, you know, to feel good again. I want to feel good again. But sometimes in that chaos and in that down energy or low vibrational energy, we find ourselves there. I found myself rock bottom heaps of times, and that's being honest, heaps. We say heaps here. And it's sort of like I've hit rock bottom over and over, and I didn't even know I hit rock bottom because I got so used to being at the bottom, right? And it's sort of like, but at that bottom space, I found myself. You don't find yourself up in high potentials, you find yourself at the bottom. And it's like you get to a point where you hit that bottom and you realize, I can't go any lower. I can't go any lower. I can't do it anymore. And that's where you find the strength to move up and forward. And it's sort of like we have to normalize spirituality as not being aesthetically pleasing. I say this all the time, because when you start going into a spiritual journey, well, I like to call it a healing journey, you're seeking the truth of it all, or the truth within, or the truth for yourself, you know, whichever way you want to interpret it. And it's sort of like, in knowing the truth, things get uglier. Has anyone ever heard the ugly truth? It depends where you're at. It either becomes ugly or beautiful. Some truths, some insights are pure bliss, and some insights and truth are absolute heartbreaking. And you have to realize that it just depends where we're at, but also we seek the truth, but sometimes we're afraid of what the truth is going to tell us. So we plateau and we stay at levels. And then as we slowly open up, that's the whole part of learning to ascend, or I don't really like to call it ascend. I always believe that we're already high vibrational naturally. What we've done is we've forgotten. This is a lot of it for me, is that we already have all the information, all the knowledge, all the wisdom, all the soul cosmic connection. We already have it all, but we've just forgotten it. So, you know, as if we come into this human body, the soul comes in, chooses this body. It chooses the vessel for it to carry it through, because this is the vessel that it believes will create the easiest or the most opportune path for its purpose. What we have to understand. You know, I could have been born anywhere in the world, but my soul chose this body. I do at times feel sorry for it. But it is sort of, if you can understand that your soul chose you for a reason, what is that reason? And the only one that knows is you, because you're the translating space for your soul. And it's sort of just recognizing that, you know, I'm starting to hear it a lot more too, that our divinity is not up above us, but within us. That's the portal. You know, I always call it the portal, or the doorway of change, because it's when we recognize that within us, which is, I'm not going to tell you this, when I went outside, I did my, you know, I absorbed the light codes that I need, so that when you look at me, you feel them. This is the healing energy. My light within, emitting out whatever frequency you need. And it's sort of like, you know, they always reassure me by saying something really nice. And they say the light is within you. You know, it's not out here. We're not looking up for the light. We're not looking to the sun for the light. We're looking within for the light. And that a lot of the stuff that we're learning, we're actually reclaiming, rediscovering. And as we all start asking those deeper questions about ourselves, because that's how it starts. It has to start with you, you know. Everything starts with you. You don't start a healing journey until you say you are. You know, you don't go anywhere unless you want to go. You know, people go, oh, I got forced to go. I got forced, this got forced upon me. And I used to say that a lot too. I got forced into the spiritual awakening. I didn't even want to have it. They kind of just cracked me open. That was my mentality. They kind of forced me in it. But there was a part of me that begged for it. Part of me that begged for a heart chakra awakening, that no longer wanted to go down and hit rock bottom again or lower levels. What was the next stage for me, you know? So I've been all the way to the bottom and I've been all the way to the top, and I'm finding a nice, good medium where I can move, ebb and flow between, because I feel like sometimes we're high vibrational and sometimes we're low vibrational, and that's humanity. That is being a human, you know, and just allowing that. So end of last year and this year, I'm a lot more gentler to myself. You know, I take it easy, not easy, but I take it easier on myself. I don't critique myself. I don't critique because I stutter a lot. My eyebrows are sometimes crooked. Like just superficial crap that doesn't really matter, and I'll critique it. And I used to do that all the time, but now I just go, oh well, it is what it is. It'll reach the people it needs to reach, and it'll present itself the way it's supposed to. And everyone has their own, has their own perception of it, and that's their right to have that. And yep, I'm going to do readings. Just wait. Thanks. Yeah, but I like to talk anyway. That's just what I do. It eases my nerves. But yeah, I just like to share a little bit. That way everyone can, connect in with the energy and relax into my energy. And then it's easier to get the messages, because I do it like a soul map. So if anyone here is coming in to see if my boyfriend's cheating on me, or I'm going to marry Paul, somebody in 3 months, that's not how I work. It's not how I work at all. I actually read your soul and what it wants to say to you. And that's just how I do my stuff. And I like to talk. But just usually about healing, because we're all on that path, whether we know it or not. We're all awakening to ourselves, to a higher perception and perspective, and just a stronger inner knowing, because the more we get connected collectively, the more we start receiving the information. Because if you think about it, in the last year, how much information about the world and yourself have you received? Probably a shit ton. I'll tell you that. Probably a whole bunch, because now we're open to receive it. And years before, you wouldn't have got the kind of information that you're getting now so easily, because the collective itself is actually open to receive it, because we're all going through stages of awakening. And like for me, I also learned that I didn't always need to be in the spotlight, that I could step back and allow other people, other healers, to come in and do their thing. That's why I'm not always on here. For me, it's more about, quality, not quantity. It just keeps my intentions pure, and it allows me to sort of like allow that spiritual output without taking too much from my body, because a lot of this, when I do the channeling and the reading, it takes a lot out of my physical body. And that's just energetically, because spirit, well, thank you very much, it'll need you to restore itself, because spirit uses a lot of your energy to open up that two-way radio. So I kind of see it like, for me, if I can just describe to all the people that haven't been in my life before, my intuition is, I see it as a pond of water. Only because it's calm. See, the ocean, I would rather prefer the ocean, but the ocean has waves. And so I use it is, I visualize a pond of water and then I speak into the water and ask for a connection. So what I do is I knock on the door of your spiritual house. A lot of readers on here, they just barge in and start asking questions without asking if they can come in. And I'm an ethical reader. You know, you're not just asking you if you can have permission. You're asking your spirit guides, your guardian angels, and your ancestors. And there has to be this meeting, or what we would call a hui, before a reading. Thank you. So, you know, even though it's more about asking for permission in your spiritual body, that's all. Because that's where I like to walk or roam with my energy. But I read tarot cards. All I do is ask for permission in case they want some insight or some direct guidance for you. Because usually people that get readings from me, they're usually at the brink of change. They're like right there on the edge there, ready to take that next step forward. So usually it'll be already what you know, because I don't look too far in the future unless they show me something. It'll be a confirmation of what you were already thinking. This is just based on experience, because usually everyone goes, I was thinking that, but I didn't know if I was making the right decision. 9 times out of 10, it's about what you already know. I think my nephews are here. I can hear it. If you hear kids yelling, it's my nephews and my 2 sons. Yeah, sorry, what you already know, and confirmation, and then guidance on top of it. So it's sort of like it comes full circle. And yeah, I just started reading cards like that because in my spiritual journey and discovery, right at the beginning, I didn't have anyone, and it was hard because I had been set on this ancestral healing path as well, to heal a lot of my grandfather's side, or the pain that he had there, and you know, had to go back and reconnect to his homeland, and also find me there too. You know, it's interesting, we went back for him, but in the end he went back for us, you know, my family. And it was important for all of us to have that healing and that reconnection. And then, you know, we bump into 3 healers, and they tell us their interpretation of why we were there. And it was an amazing experience. And you know, when I returned home, and we were only gone for 2 days, but when I returned home, I remember turning to my uncle and I said to him, it feels like we've been gone for years. Like we came back older and wiser and different. And for me, it was life-changing as well. But it was very heavy, and I had to go through a very strong healing period after that. And then in 2020, I went through trauma releasing from my body. That's a lot of my childhood that I had held onto, memories and pain that you don't know sitting in your body. And that's when I discovered I could speak light language, and I do a lot of that, but I get a little bit shy with the light language. But only because on here it's quite prevalent, it's everywhere, and so I just sort of like do that. I might do a bit of light language in the background of a reading or something, and just have that just subtly playing to allow that to come through. With that, I got more confident because it just comes naturally. It's just the soul talk, literally. The soul talks in non-English, non-logical ways, but you can trust it, and you kind of have a sense of knowing what it is. So, guys, let's get a list together. Yes, I'm doing readings today. I was just about to say, let's get a list together and we'll get some readings done. I think I've talked enough. Let's give me some spiritual space. Gotta drink more water. So I've got my mod there, and she will take your name. Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. It just calms my nerves too, because I like to, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Just absorb me. That's what I want to say, without being weird. And it's, all my knowledge is just what I've gained in the last, I would say, four years of walking this path. And just the one thing that I will say about spirit is the experiences, and some of them just outright, like, this would have never happened, if I hadn't become more in touch with my spirituality. All the different experiences and people I've met and the knowledge I've received from them, it's been an amazing journey. Yes, hopefully Hawani's got it for us. Hawani, she'll give me the name, and we'll just get started. Hawani, please. Thank you very much. She's the best moderator. I would have my kids do this, but then they might get a bit mad at me. Shelby, okay. So we've got the Moonology Manifesting Oracle cards here. So I'll just pull one for you, and then I'll pull a couple of cards, and we'll see what comes forward, Shelby. So I'm just going to ground into your energy and ask for permission. So I say, I'm knocking at your door. What I'm going to say is, hello. I'll just adjust my table. Okay, Shelby. I'm just going to ask for a message for you that you need at this time. For your highest good, highest timeline. It's weird because when I tapped into your energy, I was feeling a little bit wobbly, like just wobbly. I don't know how to describe that energy. Yeah, okay. So you got first quarter moon, step into your power. So definitely taking a leadership role. Hang on, I'm going to read the cards here because I'm only learning this deck. I only just got this deck. But I will read it to you, and then I'll pull some tarot. First quarter moon, first quarter. Aries. Okay. Something is holding you back from racing towards your next goal. Achieving anything is nearly always part inspiration and part hard work. That's been coming up a lot, that theme. Believe that you can create whatever you want. Be you. Take action and be smart, but also be bold. Don't allow inhibitions or others' restrictions to hold you back. Be systematic, but also allow yourself to get excited about what you want. If someone seems to be working against you now, deal with your emotions as calmly as you can. I think they're just asking for you, at this particular card, asking for you to drive towards what you want. Because I feel like you have a calling or something you want to move towards, a goal. And they're asking for you to take inspired action. And the thing is, the cool thing is, and I'm just going to tell you this, all you got to do is choose you first. You first. And the thing is, I had posted the one where I'm driving around about how Lisa Nichols, she chose herself first. And when she chose herself first, she became more valuable to the people around her because she was able to let them go. And in that ability to let them go, she found that she could hold on to herself. So she brought more value to them by being able to hold herself, by letting go of them. So I feel like for you, and the energy of January has been releasing and letting go, casting off and shedding that skin, and just allowing yourself to it's like a birthing energy. I don't know if anyone's been experiencing that, but even with the tremors and Tonga and everything like that, the earth is shaking and shimmering because it's giving birth to new vibration. Like that's why I've got the wobbles. It's sort of not so much the like a contraction, but that shimmering of energy that's happening in your life. And it just feels like I just want to go like this. And it's only because I feel like your energy is like, you know, when the egg's about to crack. I don't know if anyone's ever watched an egg being born or hatching, sorry, and the egg starts to just wobble a little bit. I feel like that's where you're at. You're at a space where you're breaking into something new or breaking away from something old. Because sometimes we've got to go through that letting go. I just feel like I just want to go like this for you. So there's something that you may be finding hard to leave behind, and also something that you're finding hard to move forward with. Because like any transition, and you'll hear me say that a lot, any transition is hard. You know, letting go is hard, realizing something new is hard, or just becoming something that you want is hard, because there's something in us that doesn't believe we deserve it, or that we don't need it, or that we don't vibrate with it, you know. And it's sort of like you have to understand that, how do I describe that? You already have all the energy, power, divinity, wholeness already. You already have that. All you need to do is recognize it within you and allow it to be. That's why a lot of it we have to understand that Spirit asks for permission. They want to help you, but it's the law of free will, and there's so many laws. Everyone goes, law of attraction, but there's like I think it's like 12 laws of the universe. So, you know, there's many laws in which the universe is governed by, but free will is one of them. And so you have to understand that the universe wants to help you. It wants to guide you forward. It wants to move you in a space that's more harmonious for your soul. But it can't do that unless you say, I'm ready. I'm open. I'm allowing. I surrender. So I want to say to you, it's surrendering to the journey and just allowing it to happen. And that's a bold move for you. It's sort of just like, I'm sorry, it's just coming out this way. It's sort of just like to take that leap of faith on yourself. It's like, take a bet on me. Take a bet on me. Do I take a bet on me? Do I want to? Can I take a bet on me? Like that's the wobble, because it's sort of like in the mind, right? It's sort of like really once you get past that obstacle of doubting yourself and go for the goal, nothing would stop you. Like if you have to understand, just imagine the most precious thing that you love, that thing, person, whatever it is to you, that you ultimately love, that you would die for, and then replace that thing with you, and then do the thing that you need to do to get it done so that you can have what you need, so that you don't have this you know, wobble. And it's sort of like, that's why I just want to keep saying choose you. Sorry, now we'll pull your tarot cards. Well, I'm chatty today. Yeah, okay. So you got the Four of Cups and the Sun in reverse. I want to say, and I'm just going to say it because I don't really know the situation, but I do feel like I get the vibe, is that there's an opportunity here, but turning away from it. So I'm sorry, my light's pretty bright, but it'll get dark. See, this is sort of like, here's an offer or an opportunity, and look where you're at, because over here you're looking how that sun's not shining for you. You know, that's what I mean, the sun in reverse. But the cool thing, what you don't realize, is that even when the sun is in reverse, it's still shining for you. And it's sort of like, it's almost like, not grass is greener, but it feels like that. You know, like, you know, over there, they're happy, you know, they're moving forward, and over, but it's not that, it's that you have to stop comparing yourself to them, or whoever it is that you feel you're, you know, shaping yourself up to, and look at you. You're the person that you need to impress yourself, you know, and allow that to happen within you, because it doesn't, you know, and this, like you might have seen one of my videos where I said, it doesn't matter how big that mountain appears, you shall overcome it. You shall overcome. And that was one of my channeled messages, because a lot of us are climbing that mountain, like that mountain up. and we're so close to that pinnacle, or that summit of that mountain, reaching the top. And they were like, we're just so close. And then we kind of start getting these little, little worries, these little doubts, and feeling afraid to hit that summit, because there we don't know what we're going to do after that. We don't know. But the cool thing about not knowing is actually that's the fun of it all. Not knowing, uncharted territory. It creates a whole new adventure when you don't know everything, when you can't control everything, where you have to make it up on the fly. It's sort of like when you were a kid, you could create anything out of nothing. You could make a fort, you could drive a car, not really drive a car, but like sit in a box and drive a car, make a rocket ship and blast upwards, climb a tree. It never stopped you because you didn't have the inhibitions and the blockages and all the things that told you couldn't climb that tree as an adult. So it's just remembering that innocence and awakening it within you, because the sun can be about birth, celebration, joy, contentment. So in reverse, all it's saying is it's just delayed. They're just asking you to take a sip of the cup of life, really. The universe is like saying, well, we're right here. Are you going to have a sip of this cup? And I feel like it's not that you're not open to it or not ready for it. It's just this feeling of not deserving it too. Like, I can't look there because then if I look there, then I have to deal with something. So this cup of opportunity may be actually something that might be frightening to you, but that's the mind. The mind tells you it's frightening, but not the heart. The heart will tell you that that sun is yours, shining for you. And that's what I mean. You have to start listening to the heart space, because the heart has its own intelligence, and it doesn't have the sponge filters like the mind, and it's sort of like allowing yourself to be adventurous and to take a risk in a way that's beneficial for you. Most of it is to be beneficial for you as a person, but it's sort of, it's just a little bit delayed. That's why I reckon step into your power. Step into your own power. Take that leap of faith. That's the Aries, the Fool card for me. Take a leap of faith and for yourself, and let that sun shine for you. Take that opportunity. Or I just want to say, just accept that you can actually be happy. Allow that. A lot of us are quantum leaping because we're seeing our higher potential for our futures. So see that higher potential for you. You know what I mean? See that higher potential for you, and then take the steps towards it. Inspired action. Aries goes boom, head first. And often that's the fear though, isn't it? Going head first, and then what? What am I going to do? How am I going to fix the situation? And it's sort of like, give yourself a bit of faith, because I feel like you could fix things on the fly if you needed. You could fix a lot of things if you wanted, if you were determined to do it. And nothing would really stop you if you wanted it. That's why I said you have to think about the most precious thing that you love in the world and see it in danger or in a space where you have to save it, and recognize that as you. You. And, make that change. Michael Jackson. Thank you, Shelby. Hopefully that resonates. Yeah, fear. But that's human, right? That is so human to have fear, because it's unknown territory. But if you look at it as a great new adventure, you'd be very surprised how things turn out for you when you allow that in your mind and into your heart. Thank you, guys. Very welcome. You're very welcome, Shelby. I'm glad you're first up. So awesome. Thank you. Water. Shannon. Oh. Matthias. 1. Okay. So what I do is I just usually talk, and we'll see what comes forward. You can see sometimes it'll be very short and sometimes it'll be long. It just depends on where you're at. Thank you. Take care, Shelby. Thank you for that, Bailey. Shannon? Was it Shannon? Shannon? Okay, you're here. Alright, Shannon. So when I breathe out, when I'm doing that deep breath in and breathing down, I'm breathing into my heart chakra. Just telling you. Your breath is your connection to your divinity. Life, right? Alright, Shannon, let's see what Moonology Oracle has for you. And then I'll pull some tarot cards. So we're going to get a message for your highest good, highest potential. Not too sure about what it is. That's okay. Here we go. Finally gave up some information. Okay, you got reveal what needs to be seen. Last quarter in Scorpio. So Scorpio is a very mysterious sign. I feel like you think there's I just want to say there's a lot of things you don't know, and it's not so much about spirituality, it's about maybe others. Scorpio is very observant as well, so you might be seeing things that aren't making sense to you. If this is not connected to a spiritual journey or people around that, you're just wondering if someone's intentions are pure. But I'll read the message for the... Oh, where are we at? Last quarter in Scorpio. Okay. So it says, there are some things that people just don't like to talk about. Drawing this card suggests there's an issue or situation in your life now that may not be easy to air. Or perhaps you feel that you shouldn't air it. That's fine. Now is a time for you to reveal only what you want to be seen. Oh, okay. Sorry. Don't feel the need to discuss everything with everyone. Some matters require discretion. The less codependent you are, the better chance you have of getting what you want. Yeah. Strong is good, stubborn is a problem, is what they say. Strong is good, stubborn is a problem. So maybe you're finding it hard to create a balance there for you about being strong. Have I been too strong too long, or have I been holding on to this for too long? So it might be a situation or information. I think you don't trust whoever it is you need to tell anyway. There's a lack of trust there. I just want to say that. Only because Scorpio is quite a suspicious type of energy. I love Scorpio though, because I have a lot of placements in Scorpio. So we're not all bad people. But there's that hidden element to us. So it's being able to see through illusion. Hopefully this makes sense. The readings are free. Just saying. But yeah, it's sort of like I just feel like there's a lack of trust with whoever you need to talk to about things, or you've told them something, like there's something that you're just not trusting to sharing information with. So you might have shared something quite important to you, and then it's gotten to the wrong person because of whoever you've told, if that makes sense. But Spirit is saying in this particular one, only let them know, sort of like you might be making plans to do something. Don't tell anyone. It's sort of almost like I want to say move in silence, and that's one thing Scorpio is really good at. So you may not be a Scorpio, but the characteristics of the energy come in that way. So we're just going to pull some tarot. Hold your ground. Okay. Yeah, you definitely have a spy. I think you know this. You have a spy going on with this Page of Swords, or someone that's a little bit rude or blunt. It's a personal character trait that they have. Yeah. Let's just say the communication between you and this person. And I want to say they're a little bit mature because they've come forward as the Page of Swords here. But here your energy was the Queen of Pentacles. So this is, you know, an earth sign. So it's just talking about being grounded, being seated, and hold your ground. Hold your ground is what I heard. And it's sort of just like knowing that they can't get to you because you're sorted, you're solid. And that's why with that reveal, what needs to be seen is that move in silence like a ninja. You know what I'm saying? Like confidently, sure-footedly, and quietly. And it's sort of just like here with the Hangman and the Page of Swords. There's someone that you're keeping, like you've come to the knowledge of, if this makes sense. And you realized here, you've seen something in them that you didn't like. I can tell you that. That Page of Swords, for me, that's not a great combination. I don't know why, but it doesn't feel that great. And I feel like that communication between that person has become stagnant, and now they're trying to look at you, but you're over here shining, you know, doing your thing, looking cool. Looking cool, calm, and collected is what I wanted to say. Just sort of keeping your peace. You know, I'm not going to let anyone disturb my peace. But yeah, just this person's spying on you, by the way. This is why the Page of Swords. Or if they're not, they're trying to find out about you. If they're not physically looking at your stuff or ringing you, or, you know, that kind of trying to, they're talking about people to try and find out about you. Because I feel like their energy is the Hanged Man with the Page of Swords. Like, they can't get through to you because you're like, no, you know, I'm good. And you put up boundaries. So I would say for you, that's actually really great advice, is to hold your ground, because whatever happened, they were wrong. They were wrong on what they said or what they did. And what you've done by creating this boundary with this person has set them on a bit of a, you know, their mind is a little bit, I feel like this person is a little bit more mentally immature than you, just in their thinking process. I don't feel like they're very attuned to their emotions, and so they're like going through inner conflict because you've stepped away, and maybe a little bit jealous. I'm just bringing this in. I don't really like to say this, but this person's energy is very strong, and it's almost like they don't really like to see you looking happy. Let's just put it like that. Hopefully that makes sense. But I just say for you, hold your boundaries, move in silence like a ninja, and keep doing what you're doing, because you're actually doing the right thing. You've just naturally done the right thing by blocking this person out. So hopefully that makes sense and gives you the right guidance. Shannon, thank you very much. That was nice and quick. I think it was just a little bit of confirmation about any situation that's going on. But I like it because what I was trying to say, because with your energy, it's weird, because your energy wants to come out, but then it comes back. And so you might want, like, you definitely are this energy where you want to talk, but then you don't want to talk. You know, sort of like, because you know it's not the right time to reveal how you feel. Because Scorpios are big feelers. They're intense lovers, things like that. You want to reveal that, but then you know that you've got to be mindful of who you're talking to and what you're saying. So it's an educated and strategical move that you've actually taken the right steps towards. And I hope that makes sense. Thank you very much, Shannon. You're welcome. Okay. Woo. Your energy's good. I love your energy. Actually, I just wanted to say that because this was like, boom, you're already doing it. If you needed that confirmation, I'm glad you got it, because that was just good energy. You're welcome. Okay, so we just wait for Intuitive Weaver. Thanks for the likes, guys, and the process. Mama Jonesy, all right. All right, see if she's there. All right, let's roll. Let's give it a good shot. Where are you going to take me tomorrow? I close my eyes. Oh, here we go. That's interesting. I just heard that song by Maisie Rika. Or Rika, sorry. What was that song? That's good. And I actually really like that song. I tap into your energy really easy, so, you know. It was Reconnect. And I just heard it say, do you hear the two we call the Hoya in the tree? I love that bit. Have you been seeing toys a lot or hearing them? You know you've got an ancestral healing path coming up, right? That's what the call is. To the moon and back. You took me to the forest. That's where you took me. Let's see what your message is for your highest good and highest potential. 2 cards. Okay, I'll take them. You got 2 new moons. So for me, 2 new moons are the dark moons. So a lot of shadow work, but it's good energy for shadow work, by the way. And here we have new moon in Taurus, know your worth, and new moon in Cancer, relax. So what did they say? Release the dark moon, let love live. That always comes in when I think about shadow work, because it's a part of us. There's a part of us that is hurt and it's hidden, and sometimes we don't know where to look. And the only time that we can find it is when we're in the dark looking for it, because that's where it hides, right? So you might be going through trauma releasing this year, but an ancestral path is a path to release the trauma in your bloodline. Sorry, I'm just trying to find these. All right, and Taurus. Gemini. Okay. Know your worth. You're on the right track, but you need to go steadily. Knowing that you're worthy of your desires is crucial here. Opportunities open when you believe in yourself. Dig deep and move past negative comments from others. No matter what happened in the past, if you're aiming to manifest something for good of everyone concerned, you can do it. Good self-esteem will also boost your manifesting powers, so love yourself more. Know your own worth, and others will too. Be true to your values. This is a good sign for property, possession, sensuality, love, self-belief, and self-worth. And new moon in Cancer. This card holds divine feminine energy, and drawing it strongly suggests that goddess energy is on your side. Hello. It's because Cancer is referred to as the feminine, divine feminine energy as well, by the way. Relax. You and your loved ones are being looked after. Whatever your heart holds dearest is safe and well. This may not be the time to charge at what you want to, so think about whether you can approach it from another angle. If someone in your life needs you, nurture them. Nurture and be gentle with yourself too. Your diet may need improving for your own well-being. This card is a good omen for family issues, house moves, sales and or purchases, or someone or something that needs protection. Yeah, it's funny, you got 2 property things. Are you thinking about moving houses? Buying another house? Just asking. Sorry. I don't know why I got a weird smile on my face when I said that. So with these 2 particular ones, that's what I meant. I just feel like for you, there's a lot of shadow work to discover, but you'll find that shadow work is light work. It's just the way that people term things here, and I know a lot of people won't like that, but shadow work is light work, which is you work. It's just working out the kinks in your soul. So if you can understand that the soul comes in with grooves in it, into your body, into this life, it has all these grooves in it, and it's sort of like healing these grooves so that it can be smooth again. and sometimes you got to grind it down a little bit. That's the thing. You have to grind it down a little bit to get underneath that groove in the soul. And it's like polishing it up so it's nice and shiny. And it's sort of like for you, it's like knowing your worth, but knowing the worth and value of your life path, your soul purpose. For me, it's a deeper connection to your divine feminine, which is, the darker energy, the darker energy. Don't forget that the light and dark are on the same team. They're a harmonious team that work together. It's sort of like sacred feminine rage. There's a lot about that on the internet now. It's like we can get a little bit twisted in our lives, and that can prevent us from being able to move forward and working on those grooves, polishing out that groove in your soul. So I think for you, there's been a lot of, there's a lot to pack in. They just like this because I can see it like in the front of my mind. So in your life, you've been afflicted with many things, and this is what I was showing, that you've had a lifetime of things that have happened to you, and it's sort of like realizing that it all has a pattern. I'm trying to work out how I can explain this, that there's a pattern to it, and it's sort of like your soul, whatever it is, keeps bringing you back to this thing. That's why you get afflicted. They said the word afflicted. So I want to say more like it's been happening to you, not for you. And that's how you've seen it. Things have happened to you all your life, and you've had these up and downs like the grooves in your soul. And I feel like you have to learn to recognize those patterns to break it, because that's how we break, we break cycles. You're a cycle breaker is by learning the pattern and then changing it. But that also means in here and in here. So that's why know your worth and relax. Relax the hold. Relax the dark wound, let love live. That's why I got that jump in for me, because that's sort of like releasing trauma from your body to allow your soul to be free. It's sort of like we don't realize that trauma can often come in and shadow us, or hold us back, or present a blockage in your energy. And it's sort of like, I'm not saying that, but I've said this before. In my spiritual journey, I literally had to dig up old versions of myself, because I've laid them all to rest. There, all these old versions of myself, and I've moved into this new version of myself. But there's like this reflection time, and I've had to dig up. Sorry. I know it sounds inappropriate, but it's the only way I can explain what's coming in. That I've had to dig them up and do an autopsy and find out why I had to shed the skin, why this part of me, or this timeline, or this version of me didn't fit, and then sort of like analyze it in a way that is informative for you. So it's looking back at those, and it might be a series of people passing away, or it might be like it could be like death cycles in your life that you've experienced, and just sort of like understand what that means to you and find a deeper knowledge of self. That's why the dark moons that go within moons, instead of the bright out emitting, the go within moons, but also relax the fear of wanting to know why. You know what I mean? It's like, for me, I wrote this poem about looking at the older versions of myself and telling them that I loved them, or her. I said her, because even though I was moving into a space where they couldn't follow, there was still this love and connection, because they still were there. Like I said, I was who I was because she was there. That old version of, I'm getting emotional about that because it's like, my stuff. But it's sort of like acknowledging that they were just as valuable to me now. Because of them, I'm who I am now. And it's looking back at the past. So like I said right at the beginning, ancestral healing, but it could be just healing and reconnecting, because that's what that song was about. Reconnecting to your lineage, your whakapapa, and reconnecting with, your spirit side, your wider side. Because I feel like for you, that's It's knocking at your door, you already know, right? But it's just time for you to do that work. Shadow work is light work, which is you work. You know, just don't take on the terminologies you're hearing all over the internet, because a lot of it is distorted to create wealth for people. A lot of it, sometimes it's scary. It depends on the issues. And sometimes it's uncomfortable, but truth is not harmonious to everybody. Truth is either ugly or beautiful. But either way, you get to know the bigger picture of it all. So that's knowing your worth, the value of who you are, who you were and who you are now, and understanding that connection. This could be a lot of different things, but I feel like it could be past life. You might be interested in that kind of stuff, but it could be just many different cycles in your life that you've gone through and been afflicted by some kind of pain or suffering or trauma. So I'm going to use your tarot cards. I don't know why my energy is all like high vibration right now. My spirit guide just said, calm down. Okay, I'm going to take that one. Yeah, okay. Okay. So, okay, oh gosh. So I just got these two cards, which is Seven of Wands. See, creating that barrier. Time to say yes to your spirituality. I don't know. It's just going to keep banging on that crystal ball until you say yes. You know, whoever's knocking at your door, it's time to answer the door. Because that calling doesn't go away. It never does. And you can try and block it, and you can try and block it, and you can try and block it. But the more you resist, the louder it knocks. And that's the truth. Because when you resist it, you're in resistance to your higher self, your higher purpose, your more harmonious path forward. And here with Six of Wands, because Six of Swords, sorry. So we've got Seven of Wands here, if you can see there. Wands means spirituality, motivation. There's lots of things that can mean inspiration, all that kind of stuff. But you see that? I'm trying to be peaceful. I'm trying to find inner peace. But you're not allowing these wands to come in to help you. You're keeping this distance. And they don't want to stay out. Let's just put it like that. Like I said, Spirit will keep knocking. And then, but the downside to that is that you're leaving yourself open to being afflicted because you're not listening to them. And even though they want you to have free will and say yes, because it's easier that way, they will still try to guide you towards a path that your soul was contracted to go towards. So you have to understand that. And here with the Six of Swords, mentally it was just easier to escape. Which is usually means moving into a more calmer space. It's here, relax. But even when you relax, it's still sitting there knocking at the door. It's this irritating itch you can't scratch, right? Even when I try to ignore it and let it go and find that place, that Zen place, boom, 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 and it comes. Because here, underneath the deck, is the Justice card. And you see that shadow? The shadow, bringing things into balance, bringing things to the light, bringing things to justice, or it working out for you and believing that too, because it's upright. It goes at the bottom of the deck, so what's hidden is the Justice card. But you can see where it is, right? Where it's at. Shadow. Shadow work. It's not going to go away. And that is your spiritual advice. I feel bad because, you know, like sometimes I want to say, yeah, you're going to it's going to be so amazing. But the truth is, it's not going away. These are like the Justice card too. It's not going away. And the more you try to escape it, it's just going to keep coming back. Because it's sort of like, you know, with a mum and a daughter. Your mum goes, don't put your finger in that socket. Don't touch that because you'll get hurt. And you're like, but I don't want to put my finger in the socket. Because you're like 3, you don't know. Don't do that because it's dangerous. You're like, but I want to go this way. And the universe is saying, don't go that way, go this way. That's what it's saying. You're going this way, but we need you to go this way. So they're trying to sway you into their direction. Well, into the direction you were contracted to go towards. So I feel like for you, you're just in resistance at this time, but the only way is in, baby. Okay? The only way is in. Yeah. Yep. Shadow work is not scary when you are prepared to do that deep dive. That's the thing. And it's more about what am I going to find down there? Because I don't know if you remember, Tamara, about when I used to talk about the sharks. I used to have these dreams of sharks jumping out of random spots, even out of the road, trying to eat me and pull me under the water. And I used to wonder why, but that was my own fear. That's in the subconscious mind. That when I started going through my trauma releasing, that I started to tap into the shark energy. And the sharks just, they kind of lurk down the bottom, you know, they're just waiting for an opportunity to bite their, you know, their intended food source. So it's sort of like, you know, there's this sense of fear in your energy of knowing. I'm afraid to know, I'm afraid to see. But when you realize that, when that shark comes up, there's something that you're afraid to know because you're afraid to look at it or tend to it or heal it. So it's sort of just realizing that the shark isn't even there. It's not even there. Your mind made that up. It's not real. And that the only thing that is real is love. That's why when you go into shadow work with love in your heart, it's easier to deal with it because you just, and it means you might have to feel stuff too, which may not be comfortable. But sometimes you just got to let it in and let it heal you. Yeah, but I want to. Yeah, but there's, you know what I mean? It's sort of like, if you can understand with the shadow, it's a lot about the subconscious mind. And I feel like for you, I just feel like it's more like it's a lot of power, a lot of stuff that you might be afraid that you can't handle, but you can. You know, I was one of the healers on here. Key of Truth, she said, I wish the universe didn't believe in me so much. Because you got to go through a lot of stuff. You know, the universe can only give you what you can handle. You know, sometimes it's a lot because you can handle it. Okay. All right, let's roll. Who's next? Thank you, Tamara. I feel like, yeah, we could have had that over a coffee. Yeah, but it's always nice to have that because for you, it's just those that, for me, those cards were just yelling at me to say that to you. Because as soon as I tapped in, it just went, you know, like scene after scene after scene of you being afflicted by something, but from a young age to the age you are now, and many different things, health things, life things, pain things, relationship things, like it was a whole bunch of stuff. And it's like, do you see the pattern? That's why, you know, I had to share that, but it was also hard to, because as soon as I tapped into that, it just kept coming, flooding in. So it's processing all that information where it makes sense. It's hard. Okay, Carla Moon. Yes, everybody get hydrated. Especially if you've had a reading, please get hydrated. Because you're going to feel a lot quite dehydrated. Connecting in. Okay, very welcome. Okay, Carla Moon. Thank you. Carla Moon, all right. Okay, let's have a look. Alright, hang on, I just gotta have more water. May need a toilet break at some point, guys. Alright, let's have a look. This is for your highest good, highest potential. Boom, straight away. Lighten up is the word I got. Last quarter moon in Leo. Sorry, I giggled. Yeah, lighten up. You know, it's funny because a lot of us, we take a lot on our plate, or we take the weight of the world on our plate. So you may be carrying a lot of people's stuff with you. That's why lighten up. And it's weird because when I was tapping into your energy, I was lured, drawn to the high tone in my meditation music. I don't know if you guys can hear it in the background. I can hear it like this higher tone. So I feel like you may need or may have been around sound activation, which is causing, I'm sorry, I drank a bit of water. I feel like this calling to rise up something inside you. Literally lighten up your path, your house, your spiritual house. You have a really strong guide that sits with you as well. I don't know if you're aware of that. I feel like they're older in nature and they're very wise as they are. I just feel very calm in their presence, and they're very bright as a person. And I feel like this person might be an ancestor as well. But they sit with you a lot, especially when you're sitting, because I feel this, like this wanting to get comfortable in my chair and just relaxing into it. And the cool thing we have to understand about our guides, even if they're ancestors, guardian angels, your actual spirit team, that they have nothing but love for you. They don't judge you. They don't disrespect you, or they accept you fully as a being, as because they see you in your highest potential. They know what you can achieve if you move towards that. They want you to know that this particular guide sits with you a lot. It's weird because I want to say, like on the veranda, you sit on the looking out. That's why I said it's sort of like, you see those that old couple in their rocking chair, just looking out over the fields and the sunset, sun rising. It's that kind of energy for me. I feel like when you've had moments of high stress and high anxiety, this guide steps in and they're a mood changer. So they change your mood as soon as the energy comes in. Yeah. Mood changer. They do it on purpose because you have a lot of stress. I want to say you might have a lot of stress in your life. This is why lighten up. But the word and phrasing that I got was the weight of the world. You know, you take a lot on your plate that belongs to others. So hopefully that makes sense. I'm going to pull some tarot for you. I want to step back for your spirit guide because I was like luring me to sleep. You know, they may come when you're getting ready for bed as well. They just sit by you. You get sensations on your hands, or they touch your hand, or they hold your hand a lot. This is a very loving spirit guide. That's why I feel like it's an ancestor, or someone that you may know, or someone that was in your bloodline, because they care for you. Sorry, I'm not looking. Okay, there's any other energy? You had the Five of Wands show up a lot, and it kept showing itself to me while I was shuffling, and then when I shuffled again. So you might have a lot of miscommunication in the family, and or in building something or an idea to something. So I'm not looking out because I just want this energy to speak to me. So I can't confirm if I'm going off in some weird tangent. But Five of Wands can mean a lot of conflict with a multiple amount of people. So a multiple people. So it can mean miscommunication, misdirection. House of Cards is what I heard. And then maybe everyone's coming from their ego space and no one's listening is what I want to say. It might have caused you to go a little bit dark side in your thoughts, because there may have been an injustice there, and you may have moved away from these people or removed yourself from the space. And right now you're feeling a little bit numb, because you've got the Four of Cups here. Not too sure which way to go. And, you know, why am I hearing that in my head? All the things she said, running through my head, what she said. That's what this is not. I don't know. I don't really remember that song, but I can hear it in my head. So here we have the Devil and the Four of Cups. Now, don't ever be afraid of the Devil in the tarot, because I know that there's like weird things, but there's a lot of mind space here for you. It's like a negative thoughts. You might be looking at distractions, but this can often refer to the binds that hold us, or us feeling bound to somebody or something, or some situation where we feel jilted or manipulated. So the Devil represents temptation, and it's almost like I'm getting a lot of music with you. I just heard we built this city on rock and roll. That's an old ass song, but it's more like I think you feel it's either a missed opportunity or you were led astray, but that's might be referring to the miscommunication and the misled you, and that's why you're feeling a little bit down. But here, the same again with the Four of Cups. There's this one cup you're not noticing, and Four of Cups initially can, this is about being bored, maybe a bit of disassociation, because I feel like you had disassociated yourself from somebody or a situation or a bunch of people, and here missing out on this cup because where you're looking is not too great for you. So you still feel tied to the situation that you've left behind, and you're in that transition. So with that last quarter moon in Leo asking you to lighten up, it's like looking up. Sorry, I looked down. I looked down to look up and to see. And if you were here right at the beginning, the message that I got is that the light is within you. So there's a lot of things that are coming in. With Leo, the thing about Leo, everyone thinks it's about the bravado and the hair and all that. But the thing about Leo, and here's the last quarter moon in Leo was your card. Oh, did I read that? I didn't read it, did I? Nope. I will read it to you though. But it's sort of like Leo, if I lose that thought, Leo has a lot of emotional depths to them. They actually have this deep emotional core, and they have the golden heart. That's why the golden heart of the lion, because they have this loyalty to people, and it's that loyalty. I can see it in the hair, in this hair here. So this is people that you would consider family or very close friends. That's what I heard. And here we go with last quarter moon in Leo. I'm going to read it because I feel like I've read everybody else's. Sorry, I've kind of jumped again because your spirit guide came in and tried to put me to sleep. Just calm. It's like tap into that energy. If you don't believe in spirit guides, tap into the energy of calmness, because it's right there for you. And it says, what's happening for you right now can turn out well. but you need to find a balance between the light and the dark of the situation. Get in touch with some lighter and happier feelings to clear away any energetic debris that may have grown out of your fears. That said, this isn't about glossing over any dramas and pretending all is well, if it isn't. A positive attitude towards life now will help clear away any upsets. Yeah, so it's two very strong energies at play here. All the things you fear and your very vitality. That's why you feel connected to these people. These people draining you. Draining you, right? Draining. They've drained you. That's why you removed yourself from them, because they were taking you down. That's why the shadows on top, for me, it's like, always lets me know. That's why they ask you to lighten up. So return to happiness. And remember that happiness itself is a mindset. I always say mindset, but it is like a, we can choose to turn the light on. You know, we go into the room and the room's dark. We turn the light on. And that light can just be your happiness switch. Okay, I'm turning on my happiness. Because we can instantly be happy if we choose to. And we can instantly be sad. It's the same for all emotions. But love is a vibration. But happiness is a mindset that we can access at any time. When I nurture myself, life nurtures me back. Yeah, that was your affirmation. All right, hopefully that makes sense. But all it is, okay, if I can explain all of this, is just recognize that you're loyal and there's nothing wrong with being loyal. So if you feel torn about people that are close to you, it makes sense. And go through those emotions. Don't try to block it out. Don't try to gloss over the top, and then remember who you are. That way you can discern for yourself where you're at, and then where you're at you can then see the positive, and like it's sort of like leading you towards, when you lighten up, you're open to solutions. Okay, sorry, I rounded that up a bit fast. Thank you. Oh yeah, it's just weird. I could hear it like a radio. That's just how it works for me. Thank you. Very welcome. Hi, Penny. I think I saw you in there. Sorry, I was in that thought. Sorry. Kia ora. Try not to list. That's why I didn't want to look up, because I knew that I was tapping in, and sometimes I can't look up because then I'll get distracted and then I'll lose it. So if I look down or I look away, that's so that I don't see something that changes my mindset or my vibe. Hi, guys. Okay, all right. I think it's Juju 66. Thank you for the likes, guys. I appreciate that. And hi. How are you? Okay, Juju, when you let me know you're here, and then I'll get into it. I'll just shuffle up the deck a little bit. Hi. I'm just waiting for Juju. Are you here? Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Juju? Yes, Penny, our moderator, Intuitive Weaver, is taking the list. I think there's a few people, but I'll try to get through. Okay, Juju's here. All right. Sorry, I'm calling you Juju. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Thank you. I've got a light up here. It helps. Julia. Thank you, Julia. All right. Okay, I'm hearing light language in your energy, which I like. Soul talk. Okay. Like, I just want to crack into like some light language right now. I can feel it tickling my throat. Alright, let's see what message you have for your highest self, highest potential. First quarter moon in Leo, be humble. Oh, interesting. That's an interesting card to get up. I'm going to look it up first. Actually, I'll just get it and then I'll just intuit. First quarter moon in Leo. Leo. Okay, so with be humble, it's an interesting take on that because with Leo it talks about the ego in this card. So we got the last card which was about the undertones of the Leo aspects, and now we have the main characteristics coming forward, which is about the bravado and the show and the okay, be humble. Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to go off what I feel like I want to say, and that is, you don't have to make everybody happy. You don't have to smile for them or act like everything's good if it's not. I feel like this is not so much about you putting on a bravado, but putting on a brave face. And what it's saying about being humble, it's about being afraid to be weak, but understanding that vulnerability is a strength, because you're more stronger, or it's strong, you're more stronger, that's how it's going, in opening up your heart, sorry, my tops, in opening up your heart and going, here's my heart, then closing it up and keeping it away out of fear. So the strength here for you is to actually allow people to see behind the glamour of your smile, the twinkle in your eyes, and just let them know that things aren't good with you sometimes, you know, because that's, you know, another thing about the Leo, like I talked about earlier, is this deep underlying emotional side that they have, because they have such a big heart. Hopefully this makes sense. And I feel like why it says be humble, it's more like be at home. That's what I want to say, with yourself, like with who you really are. Okay. Thank you. Because I feel like I just want to be gentle in my voice. That's why the light language came in, because that's a love language, and that's asking you to speak love to yourself, speak love into your being, into your world, in your room right now. Speak it into being. And it's sort of like, okay, I'm getting a lot of this again, it's coming in. I want to say, for all the love that you never received, speak it into your being. For all the things that you felt that you didn't receive, speak it into your being. And that's by saying, like, you know how people use positive affirmations. They say, I am healthy, I am wealthy, I am rich. This is the way I see affirmations now, and it's more about talking to you. You know, the you. Not the you that you see here, but the you that's behind, the you that exists within, that you speak to. Because that's the subconscious mind. We have to learn to retrain our mind, and we have to understand that we're not talking to I. I is the ego, but you is behind that, behind the mask or the glamour, you know, that we push out towards everyone. And I'll sort of like talking in the mirror. I know that sounds weird, to you. And I've done that heaps, and I've cried too. I've like looked in the mirror and tried to tell myself that I love myself. I love you, Sonia. I love you, Sonia. I love you, Sonia. And I've said this heaps. And then bust out crying for like half an hour, because it's the hardest thing to do. Look at yourself in the mirror and tell yourself that you love yourself, after years of not ever feeling love at all. So this is just where it's going for me, for your energy. So it's just bringing love back to you, returning love to you, because you're the one that needs it. So you have to understand that real love, true love, comes from within and not from another. Okay? And like I talked about this before, the best relationship you can have in your life when it comes to love is with yourself. And that's learning your love language, your soul language, your talk. Because I feel like you have a very powerful voice, and it needs to be attuned. to a love vibration, so that when you speak, it creates. And I just want to get magical and poetic and whimsical and all that kind of stuff, but I feel that building up on my chest. I just want you to sing your song to yourself, like a love song, and take it in and absorb it. You know, it's sort of like knowing you have all this love inside of you, but it's never had direction, and you've been going, here, do you want my love? Do you need my love? And never looked in the mirror and says, here, you need my love. You need it more than anyone else. Because if you don't save yourself first, you can't save anyone else. And being humble means being home, being real with yourself. You know, no smiling when it hurts. Cry, release it, let it out. Find your voice, find your truth. Like it says, energies of the first quarter moon in Leo, thank you for reminding me to shine while staying humble. You know, it's sort of like staying grounded and centered, and then allowing that light that you have to do what it does, and that shine. And yeah, it's interesting because this one doesn't have an affirmation, but it's talking about the lower belly. So I'm just looking at it because I'm drawn there. And visualize yourself in a column of orange light from the highest source. Allow yourself to bathe in it. Call in the energies with these words. Energies of the first quarter moon in Leo. Thank you for reminding me to shine while staying humble. Now, a lot of you may know that I get a lot of energies before I have my chats come on live. So I'll get energies before, and it was weird because I put up a post earlier and it was saying, okay, it's gone out of my head, but you know, you're always shining even when you think you're not. Because a lot of us don't realize that through our lives we're always bright. We're always bright. And when we grow up, we always need other people to tell that, you know, to say, hey, you know, you're bright, you're light within. But a lot of us, once we recognize the true value of our own self and our own light, it becomes like this natural overflow of light. So it doesn't take away from me, but what I have extra you can share with the world without diminishing your light. Because light shared is where the magic is, right? That's the treasure, sharing it without diminishing it. So, I haven't even pulled your tarot cards. Oh my God, so sorry. I hope that makes sense. Is someone spamming? Don't spam, please. Yes, you have to refer to the moderator, Intuitive Weaver, please, for readings. I know I have a bit of a list, but sometimes, like, some of them will be fast and some of them will be longer because it's needed. Okay, yeah, okay. So you have the Lovers in reverse. Don't get hung up on that card. The Fool, upright, and the King of Pentacles in reverse. So for me, what I want to talk about, because I know there's the energy of another that's coming in, but it's not about the other. I just want to say it's not about the other. This is a you battle, okay? This is you fighting for yourself in a way that's, you know, like, okay, fighting against yourself sometimes, like ping pong, or no, that's like tennis, backwards and forwards the mind. And here with the Lovers in reverse, it's just allowing me to know you're not accessing your heart chakra, you're not open to love, or you're not accessing that love vibration more. So I would say maybe made some poor choices in the past, may not be aligned in your feminine and masculine energy. There's a lot of things I can say about this card, but I want to say that the Lovers card came up in reverse because you're not accessing the love vibration for yourself. You know, like I said, speak it into being, like romantic. Be romance yourself. I know that sounds weird, but not in the physical sense, in that vibrational sense. And here we have the Fool, surrendering to it. taking a leap of faith into the unknown being you. And here with the King of Pentacles, just say, with the King of Pentacles in reverse can mean so many negative things or traits. But I feel like for you, it's just an understanding that you're not grounded at this time. You're not centered. You're not home. You're not humbling yourself down to the earth and being one and connecting down there. Because that could represent to me maybe a distortion in your root chakra, or like trauma or pain or suffering that can be held down there. But it's also the strongest connection to the best healer in the world, Mother Earth, the best sentient healer you can ever access. So I would say in the next week or so, just for your own spiritual healing, is just sitting, if you can't sit down on the ground, at least visualizing in your safe space a long root connecting down into the earth and then spreading out and then drawing light up. So your body will, or your visualization will naturally know how deep that root goes and how big it is. And you can branch out, you can do also, just use your mind in a creative way and connect to that earth. Because energetically, like, even though we're not touching the ground right now, the earth is, she can sense us. If you think she can, you'd be mistaken. Because she's a sentient being. And then just allow that to bring that light up into who you are as a being by being centered and grounded. And that allows you to access and restore, access solutions. That's one thing about healing and getting aligned. Because you've got to open up, if you have to understand, to open up your crown, you've got to open up your root chakra. They're like mirrors. To open up your third eye, you've got to open up your sacral chakra, your throat, your solar plexus, and your heart is the true center, right? It doesn't have a reflection. So that's how my understanding of chakras. Anyway, well, that's actually a fundamental belief for me as a person, as I've sort of understanding that when I had to open up my throat chakra, where I first discovered and started doing the trauma releasing, and discovered I could speak light language, which is just like, it just comes out of you. Like, it's a weird, it's like a foreign language that you don't know the words to, but it just comes. And I had to clear my solar plexus. And I was not prepared for that. Let's just say a lot of us can hold a lot of trauma and pain. So for you, getting connected to the earth, it allows you to draw light up and energy up and recorrect what's not in alignment to access your heart chakra. Because I think you need to go there. That's what I mean. Be at home. Be humble. Be at home. Which is, your home is your heart. Home is where your heart is. So I think, yeah, for you, it's just time to get things in alignment so that you can move through your life a bit better and a lot less heavier. Because I feel like that for you, life's been a little bit burdensome at times. It's been weighing you down. But that's going to be the energy for a lot of people. So hopefully that makes sense, and thank you very much. Okay, thanks for the follows, guys. Thanks for the likes too, appreciate that. Alright. It's hard. Giving readings like that can be quite hard because you become privy to stuff. Not stuff, I'm not going to get told your intimate, details, but the feeling of things and how it feels for you. And it's part of the mediumship, where you open your heart up and you engage with someone's energy, and the empathic part of you senses it's like, I sense your potential too. I sense your sadness, or this heavy, it's a weird feeling, like heaviness over the heart, but I feel all this pulling in the stomach, all this potential just building up, about ready to blow. So, it's just time to let things out. That's why I bring it out. But bring it out with love. That way it doesn't hurt so bad. It'll hurt, but it won't be as bad as in when you bring it out with fear or hatred or anger. Because those are like swords, they cut. Oh, very welcome. Okay. where are we at? Oh, shoot. Gregoria? Okay, I'm sorry, I know I get into this, I just got to feel through it. The readings get long sometimes. Some people haven't seen me before, so you know when someone's seen me before, I can it's sort of like a tune-up. I don't have to do the full body check. That's all. Okay. Gregoria is open. Okay. Heard that loud and clear. Your spirit guides really want you to have a message. Yeah, a crooked one sometimes. My rings are a bit broken at times. I've mended them sometimes. I wouldn't say an angel. More like a guide. But thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, highest potential, highest message. Full moon in Cancer. Holy moly. We're right in that energy too. You got let your fears dissolve. I've actually showcased this card, so a lot of you may know what that actually means. But I will read it because I keep forgetting to read it to you guys. I get too caught up in the intuitive part that I forget to read what it means. And it says, fear and neediness may now be at play. Fear is debilitating while neediness isn't usually very attractive. Sorry, I can hear my nephew yelling out there. Acting out of fear is a risky response, so if you dwell on your insecurities that you'll manifest as an extension of those insecurities, the reason why we should face our fears is that in doing so, they often simply dissolve. If we don't face them, they can influence us to act in ways we otherwise wouldn't, which means we can end up manifesting the very thing we're hoping to avoid. To see off the fear that's in you, face it right now. Okay. So it's saying to find a balance between oversensitivity and coolness, calmness, or smoothness. I completely love and accept myself as I am. Okay. So this is a really cool card to have because it's the energy of the full moon. It's still up for like 3 days after the moon, but I think it was today technically in the night, early morning. And I feel like there's a lot to say about this, but what I want to say, because I have to talk about what I'm naturally drawn to, is the water here. You see that water? The water of the card itself. So this can refer to your emotions and or your subconscious or your intuition. And what I wanted to say is like that water is super calm and clear. And I feel like for you to be able to see through whatever situation is causing you disruption, you have to understand that your emotional space must be calm, right? It has to be calm. But like anything, there is tides to the water. There's an ebb and there's a flow. Just like the moon has cycles and phases, so too do we have good energy, high vibrational energy, and low vibrational energy. And when we learn to balance the two, like what is it? This oversensitivity and the coolness, it's sort of like that's where your emotional pendulum swings. Sometimes people say things or do things or interact with you in a way that causes you to feel like this, and feel like it's about you. But we have to understand that 9 times out of 10 when people say things to us, it's usually about them, if it's negative. about how they see things. So, not that I want to say this openly, but my mum, when I first started doing this, the hardest person to convince was my mother. So I'm looking down so I don't have to deal with the energies. And so what she would, she supported me. She supported me because I discovered them. You know, sit at my table and you'll know. You know, you'll get the energy. You get the healing. You get the things you need. I've had readings, you know, where the first card, the person starts bawling their eyes out because it's straight in, straight to the heart. And it's sort of like I, through experience, have found that I know what my gifts are, or at least I know the intention of my gifts or the things that I say. And I've worked on it. So I feel like for you, sorry, I bring myself in because it's the only way I can explain it, that you have to understand that you can actually be calm and cool and collected in these times. Even though your mind space might be saying, you know, because those are the voices of others. I feel like you might have been ridiculed or made fun of, but the underlying, your true essence in this energy that I'm picking out for you is so smooth, you know. You're smooth as Tennessee whiskey, you know, like it's like that. Like if it's not you that's disturbing the water, thank you, finally, we get around to it. It's other people, you know, creating the waves. And you have to understand that once you accept who you are, your part to play in all this, or your character, that's when you realize that your water has always been disturbed by others. Okay, let's get some tarot. Because I feel like, yeah, I just want to see that song now. Okay, let's see what they have to say. But there's, you know, it's sort of like detaching from it as well. Detaching from being caught up in your feelings. Okay, so here we have Two of Swords. See that? There can be indecision, insecurity. They can feel like a little, like you don't have control over the situation, that you don't know how to make good choices. It could be many things. But this is a card where you have to learn to trust your intuition. This is a big thing that a lot of people have to learn, is to trust the intuition. That way you're able to quieten the mind, okay? When you start listening to the voice that tells you that you can. And I always say that all the time, is that when we learn to listen to our intuition, it's the voice that shows us solutions and the voice that tells us that we can do things, even though everyone else in our life may say that we can't. So hopefully that makes sense with that Two of Swords. But it's like, trust your intuition, because I feel like when you see clearly or understand clearly who you are, you'll understand that you're actually, it's just, I feel like you've, like with that Cancer card, you have a lot of sensitivity to other people. And it's their thoughts. You're an empath. Sorry, you're an empath. I don't know if you know, but we're all born with those empathic abilities. And you're just finding it hard to discern if they're yours or someone else's, because you pick up a lot of people's stuff. Yeah, and it calls, okay, I like that. So you got a little bit of divine timing, so you might feel a little bit stuck or a little bit held back with that Two of Swords, okay? See, Two of Swords, where we learn to trust our intuition, and then we learn to make the right choices. And the thing is, sometimes we don't get instant gratification for our choices, because sometimes they need time to grow and build and brew and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? It's sort of like we have to let them grow. We have to allow things and give it time. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but I feel like I want to say, where you focus, your energy flows. So focus on the things that are beneficial to you, and then allow that to grow, because I feel like you get very caught up in the mind space, in the distortion of other people's energies and or emotions or thoughts. You might be not realizing that you have a lot of clairaudient energy, so you might hear things and feel like they're your voice, but they're the voice of others. So if anything you can understand from this particular reading is that you're a highly sensitive empath, especially with that Cancer moon. They're very sensitive people, quite a strong empath, I will say. But you have to discern what is your emotional space and what is someone else's, and then focus on the good things. Focus on that voice that tells you yes. Because the thing about spirit is that it always finds a way through for you. That intuitive space, or that voice that connects you to higher knowledge and higher perspective, or your higher self, higher sense of self. So just imagine you in 20 years and how much in 20 years you've learnt, and then you're giving advice to yourself now. So it's sort of like understanding that time is really irrelevant in spiritual space. You can access that higher sense of self and the knowledge they have, and sometimes it's you talking to you. You know, you don't even realize it. It's quantum leaping. And when you focus on the positive things in your life and that positive voice, the strength and the growth is faster. So if you feel a little bit stuck or stagnant, or feel like the universe has been saying no a lot, this is a good time to focus on positive aspects of what you're trying to build or manifest in your life, positive thoughts in the intuitive space, so that you can allow that to grow, because it's just a matter of time for you. Just a matter of time. So you have to have a bit of patience, because I'm basing the moon on your characteristics. You might be a little bit impatient at times, but the universe is working in your favor and always has been. You just have to say, okay, I'm working with you too. You know, join the team instead of working against the team. Be a team player. So thank you. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, that's right. All divine timing for me. If you're here when it happens. But if you come back, it's okay. It's not like you're going to be like, oh, at the bottom of the list again. You know, if you've got to do stuff, it's okay. All right. I might have to have a break in like a little bit. Just a 5-minute break. Toilet stop, guys. Okay. Sometimes I know we want, messages, but sometimes it's what we need and not what we want. I just want to say that first off, guys. Sometimes it's what we need and not what we want. Because sometimes the truth is either ugly or beautiful. It just depends where you're at, your level of acceptance. And I know that for myself. You know, sometimes I've even just pulled a card for myself, and the truth hits you so deeply sometimes that it's beautiful and painful at the same time. I'm just going to smoke it out. Just going to clear my space. So sometimes they take me the long way because they do it on purpose. Because we have to understand that some of us are from the same country and some of us are not. And we have different interpretations of things. So it's not even so much about that, but even just a different way of being brought up. So having these little flashes of insight and then trying to translate them, sometimes it takes me a roundabout, but then I get to it. If you would like a reading, you have to refer to the moderator, which is Intuitive Weaver, and she'll put you on the list. But there is a big list, I will say that. I think Elizabeth Rose Gardening. Kia ora. Good morning. So if you just refer to Intuitive Weaver, which is the moderator, she can add you to the list. I'll be taking a break for about 5-10 minutes, about 9:30, just because I've drunk a lot of water. Okay. So I just share a lot of insight. If I can, so for those that are kind of new to me, I usually just share my experiences and as a way of explaining some energies that come forward. I can see, hear, feel, and or get flashes of scenes, or it's almost like watching a whole movie go like that, just run across the front of my mind, or flashes of pictures, or just a sense or a knowing. All right, Elizabeth Rose, are you there? Elizabeth Rose. Thank you, Hawani. Okay, ready. Just ground into your energy, and knock at your spiritual house, and all you gotta do is open the door. Okay, guys. Someone's got really strong energy in the group. Someone's got really strong energy in the group, like in the chat. I don't know who it is, but they keep knocking in my... I just felt this knocking, but it wasn't got anything to do with Elizabeth. It's just someone trying to push, which is interesting because my spirit guides don't let nobody in unless they're good for me. So someone's coming up, they need a reading. All right. You got full moon in Cancer too. I'm going to pull another one as well. I just want to know why the same card. No, I didn't. First quarter in Libra. Keep your heart open. Yeah, I'm just going to say to Gregoria, real quick, that you have a loved one that's a little bit pushy, and they gave me a growling and just told me that I missed something out about your card. And so I said, no, I didn't, because they just said, you missed something. So, sorry, Elizabeth, just hold on a sec so I can get rid of them. Sometimes they do that. Sometimes they try to jump you. Spirit can be quite pushy at times, but I just push them back because they can't enter into my energy without being allowed. Okay. I'm just going to say this real quick, and this is all I was given, but they're referring to themselves as being like the crab, and they said, I'm sorry for being so crabby. I don't want to cry. I'm sorry for being so crabby. I didn't mean to be like that. I didn't know that it was going to be like that. Because I feel like, I don't know if this person's in spirit or it's an attachment to an emotion, but somebody's pushing something in, and that's what they wanted to say. They're referring to themselves as the crab. As the crab. She's probably gone. She's probably gone. She can watch this on YouTube later. But that was weird. This just popped in. I'm sorry I was crabby. I didn't mean to be like that. I didn't know it was going to be like that. Okay. I'm going to let it go. I think that was an apology. I think that was an apology. Sometimes they do that. You know, they have regrets. But I don't get a knock on the head for no reason. Sometimes, you know, you have, like for me, I know when a spirit comes in, they're not here to do me harm, especially if they're loud and close, at close proximity where I feel them and hear them, because they're literally like right here. But, you know, unless you can see them, you won't see them standing next to me and try to mess with my energy. But yes, so if Gregorio comes back, there was an apology from someone in spirit. But I sensed that when I was trying to tap into your energy, Elizabeth, so sorry about that. It's almost like I can hear chatter. So when I ground into the energy, sorry, I had to stop for a bit there just to let this energy ebb away. But when I tapped into the energy, it goes quiet. So it goes quiet in my body and in my mind. But I could hear chatter. It was weird. I could hear, even though I could hear noises from the kids, I could hear chatter. Like, you know, someone talking to me. But they said, you missed something. And that's why that card came out again. All right, so Elizabeth Rose. I'm like, are you going to let me have a go? Sorry, you're going to see me go a bit crazy here. Just telling them to leave me alone a little bit. It says, keep your heart open. First quarter moon in Libra. So sorry. I know that must look crazy, but that's like normal for me these days. Okay. I'm just going to read the card to you and then we'll see what comes forward. It says, you are too attached to someone or perhaps to your current goal. It is a wonderful, wonderful thing to care deeply. However, if you start to smother the person or situation you love, you could run into trouble. Work with others as you move towards your goals, but don't become so dependent that you give away your power. Keep your heart open. This card can also suggest that it's time to negotiate something and that the way to manifest your goals now could be to come up with a solution that pleases everyone. Okay, it just says there's a space, there's a need to be adored here, which is fine. We all have this trait to an extent, but if it tips you into self-doubt, it's gone too far. So thank you for showing me how to work with others and how to give and receive. Because that's the thing about Libra, right? Libra is about balance, but Libra is governed by Venus as well. So sometimes, okay, there's the downside to Libra. I'm a Libra sun, so I know a lot of the Libran traits. And the thing about Libra, they go through this whole duality. So you might be finding a lot of ups and downs with you. Ups and downs. In thought, thank you. In your thoughts. Not so much, it may not be so much that you're... Okay. There's a lot of conflict in your energy. So I'm taking one way and then I'm taking another and I'm just like, can you make up your mind? And they're like... Okay. Okay, thank you. So a lot of it for you, so I think it's because it's a full moon, so my energy's on up high. But for you, how do I say that? Okay. Time to get out of your head and get into your heart, because there's two different types of intelligence within your heart space. And your head has so many layers of filtering. So it's almost like to get the pure water, you're having to filter it through the tap, at the water connection, at the source of the water. Like there's so many layers of filtering through the mind. And they're asking you to access that pure energy or that pure water. They're just showing me water. So a lot of it is love. And that is through the heart. The heart doesn't need a filtration system because there is no corruption or no contamination there. So you have a good heart, but your mind is can be a little bit up and down. So I feel like this might be a little bit too much because I'm getting a lot of... It's just interesting how your mind works. So there's a lot of like ping pong. Thank you. Like tennis, same as other people. High functioning overthinker, and we all are. So you're always looking at a new project or a new plan to work out or to keep you occupied. And the downside to that is that we sometimes ignore how we feel. And then when we ignore how we feel, when we see the source of our love, our attention, we overflow that. Boom. Yeah, have my love because I've been bottling it up because I forgot it was there. So now you can have it. And I don't know, like there's no balance there. For Libra, they have to bring everything into balance. And otherwise they go through such highs and lows when the scales are, tipping backwards and forwards. And you may not be a Libra, but the Libra energy is just what's happening for you at this time in your current energy. So I think for you, it is asking for balance, but also asking for you to get more in touch with yourself as well. Keep your heart open. It's like learning to reconnect to the heart space, and you make better choices that way. So often you get the mind will tell us one thing or the other, but the heart will know exactly what it needs to do. And that's the energy in which you need to tap into. That way you have a more clearer message and or purpose to move towards. Hopefully this is making sense after what you just experienced from this reading so far. Yeah, definitely get into the heart space for you. With the Magician in reverse. Okay. I just want to get one more. And the Hangman in reverse. Yeah, things aren't going to move forward or prosper in the way that you want until you start letting go of control. So the Magician has all the tools it needs. It can manifest. It's a wizard. It can just make anything it wants. But when it's in reverse, it's saying it has all that potential, but it's sort of in a negative way. You have to bring into balance what you love, because then when you go to manifest it manifests more clearly. And with the Hangman, these are the two cards you got in reverse. So feeling very stagnant, very stuck, very unable to get over a situation and or create a plan. So I think you're really good at plans and you have a very structured mind, but when the heart gets disturbed, or let's say like when we focus elsewhere and then don't focus on our heart space, then when we do focus on our heart space, it's like a roaring lion. It's like, wow, you didn't feed me. And it's more like an attack, not heart attack, but like attack on the self, like it hurts. And then when your waters or your emotions get unbalanced or thoughts get unbalanced, what you start creating is everything you don't want, because it's sort of like obstacles, more like an obstacle for you. And it's sort of just, when you bring it into balance, all you do is flip these over. So when you bring it into balance, you see you might be a little bit stuck, but you can see things from a higher perspective. This is a voluntary space when it's upright. So when it's in reverse, it's involuntary. It's sort of like the opposite of. So this, you feel stuck, but that's not where you want to be. You want to manifest, but you're not manifesting right. And Libra can be hard on themselves. So you may not be a Libra, but you might be hard on yourself because you're giving 100%, but things aren't working out the way that you want. And I would say for you, keep your heart open, is learn to intuit more, if that makes sense, into your life. So bringing in a little bit of divinity in, divine timing, divine surrender, divine acceptance, all these beautiful loving words, because I feel like you need to change the shape of your thoughts as well, because instead of it being a hot fireball of love, you want to create like a water bomb, so that it's more like a fun game. It's more fun than hot potato, with an actual hot potato. All you're going to do is get a little bit wet, but it's a bit of a giggle instead of a hot burning potato in your hand. It's like that. It's like reshaping your thoughts. And I know that's a very basic way to describe it, but it's sort of just allowing you to understand how you can turn that around. It's like turn that frown upside down. Like adding a little bit of fun into your life so you have that full expression. Because I feel like you are naturally fun, but because you've taken on a lot, or you've been putting a lot of pressure on yourself, you may find that things are gone a bit astray or askew. And a lot of the time is realigning and reshaping our thoughts yeah, getting, yeah. I would say, if you have been feeling a guidance or a call to do something, now is the time to act upon it. Especially if it's a heart calling or a soul space drawn to do something. I would say now is the time to do it. Because when you work from the heart, you're manifesting with love. And that's important for you. And it's important in your expression into the world. So yeah, I would say bring some divine energy and intuition into your space. And go with the flow of your heart. That's how you get into flow state anyway. So if you're a creative person, that flow state is important. And you might have like writer's block or a creativity block. So if we're using our mind, we're never going to find that solution. So what's another strategy? What's a strategy? What's a different angle? What's a different direction? Go to the heart space and find that solution, because then it's a lot more clear. It's a lot more, well, when it's open, keep your heart open, just like a flower, right? Go into bloom instead of not blooming. Sorry. Just, yeah. Go into full bloom, you know? I just, because that's a gardening reference. Yeah. I am an artist. I drew you before. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I just feel like you have a big, strong pool of intuitive space that just needs your attention, really, and your allowance. And we access that through our heart. Yeah, I don't know what that thing is too. But that's what I mean. It's sort of like, instead of, wrecking your mind over it, get into the heart space and get in tune with it. Vibrationally attuned to it, and it'll come to you. It always does when you're in the right match. So hopefully that makes sense. Thank you very much. That was interesting because I didn't want to lose my train of thought there, even though my words aren't always so articulate. I can get quite distracted. I was just trying to focus because when I first tapped in, I was disturbed in my thought process. So I knew it too. It was weird. I knew it. That's why I was saging earlier, because I knew that something was lingering. Because my energy, so they told me to sage. I should have saged a bit more harder. All right, guys. Who's next? What's our time? Okay. Well, welcome. Very welcome. Hi, Gabby. Yes. But that's the opening, eh? That's the sisterhood of the rose. So when we tap into our love space, and then we tap into the divine, sacred, feminine energy. Okay, who's next first? Let's see. That way we know who we get into. Thanks for all the likes and stuff, guys. I appreciate you. Thank you. If you'd like a reading, you have to refer to my moderator, and she puts you on the list. And thank you, Hawani, for being my moderator. Every witch next, guys. Alright, I'm going to do every witch, and then I'm going to take a 5-minute break, guys. And I'm good now. I don't really need to smudge. I kind of was lighting while I was just keep it going. I knew that this is weird because I just was directed to, smudge. And it's not because they're bad or anything like that. It was because they lingered. Just wanting to get the message out. And they just come in sometimes because I'm so open that you sense it a lot. Okay, every witch. You know, we're all going through it anyway. We're all awakening to our, if not psychic energy, we're all awakening to our intuitive space more deeper because we're learning about ourselves more. Okay. Every witch. Yeah, sorry. I know it's hard sometimes because the list gets pretty big pretty fast. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the follows. Is every witch still here? Every witch. Evening. Good evening. How are you? Eve. Ah, yes, Eve. Thank you. I always say that the same way, don't I? Sorry. All right. I'm going to do you and then I'm going to have a quick 5-minute break. Yeah. I'm going to get a message for your highest potential and highest good. See what comes forward. Okay. You got new moon in Scorpio. Go deeper. So this is shadow work. I know this. I don't know if you're going to enjoy this message, but it's going to be truthful. Let's have a. I'll have a read first before I into it. Libra, Scorpio. Go deeper. You're regaining control of a situation that cut deep. You've moved through your fears and can now see where this issue has come from. Now isn't the time to gloss over the facts. Rather, it's time for you to face your darkest concerns and go deeper. Your situation may need to crumble before it can be renewed. Magic is called for. It's crucial to stay strong now. Sexually, it's time to reach for true communion with your partner. Financially, this is a blessed time to work with someone on a joint venture. It's time to release a grudge. This is a good sign for sex. Well, Scorpio is the house of sex, whereas we know money or an obsession you've been grappling with. So good in finance. Well, okay. Sexual energy is potent energy, is a good way to describe it. So if you've been looking at, okay, I'm just going to talk about what the card was saying. So if you're going into union with a partner, this could either be sexually or financially or just romantically. Let's just say romantically. This is a very good time, a blessed time for that. And the really cool thing is to, okay, how do I say that? To have a true and deep and meaningful relationship with another person, the best thing you can do for yourself is find out where your trauma lies in your relationship space. So we all have like relationships in our lives, and that can be family or friends. And I'm not talking about intimate, but like intimate connection and relationships overall. And depending on how we were raised and how we were nurtured, we may not see relationships as a conducive space where we can be truly, deeply and fully in love with someone without it hurting. Sorry, there's a moth. And so I think for you, what it's asking is to actually allow yourself a space. Like when they ask for shadow work, it's healing something, but allowing that space to be more open to receive. So you're in a good receiving space. You're in a good space of understanding a lot more about yourself when it comes to relationships and love. And in doing that, it's a weird connection, but it's sort of like, you know how sometimes we grow up and somebody says something to us and it gets stuck in our subconscious, and then all our lives, whenever something triggers that message will always play. Well, it's learning to quieten that space and allowing for more, I want to say depth, but depth as in knowledge and information for you, so you can recognize when you start going into negative spaces, because Scorpio can be quite drawn to the dark side, is the way I want to say it. I want to say we, because I'm part Scorpio too, where we become very obsessed with an idea. Have you ever seen Inception? You know, it's like they put that little idea in it and it grows. And it's like that. There's like a little something in the back of your mind that needs to be brought out into the light. And so sometimes we got to cut through a little bit of, you know, like a sort of like, you know how, I'm sorry I'm bringing all these different descriptions, but you know how Sleeping Beauty is always in a thickened forest, and it's all those vines and things like that. It's like there's a part of you that's asleep in this forest. That's how I want to describe it. But you're the one holding the sword. You're the one that's coming to your rescue, and you're going to cut down all those vines to get to it. So it may hurt. There may be effort. There may be things that you don't want to deal with, that you have to deal with. It's like that. That's what shadow work is. But if you look at it from a space of love and it being beneficial for you, it's a less scary to attempt to go in deep on ourselves. And that releases us from any past trauma or fears when it comes to love, relationships, and money. Because money is a vibration, and sometimes we get raised with ideas that may not allow us to be financially abundant, because it sits in the back of our mind playing over like an old record. So hopefully that makes sense, and I'm going to pull some tarot cards for you real quick. But you had, like, I'm going to be honest, you have more than one issue coming forward, but I took the strongest one because, you know, it's just time frame here. But you did have other issues coming forward, which was asking you to be more positive and to be kinder to yourself. So I just wanted to add that in before I get the tarot. Yeah, okay. So, yeah. Here we have Five of Swords. And the Death card. You got a lot of Scorpio energy. So these can be interpreted in many ways, but I always see them as an overall picture. And so there's a lot of change that's been coming in for you. The Death card is literally going deep, because Scorpios naturally are deep people. Deep as in their introspection. They can go in quite a long way, because they retreat within. And they look within. It's just natural. So with death and rebirth, it is a bit of an ending to something. But what I want to say is the ending. It's the end of a cycle of this Five of Swords energy. So Five of Swords energy can refer to breakups or a lot of negative thought or conflict. Usually conflict, change, things like that. And I feel like it's just like releasing yourself from energetic cords. You might have been doing that or wanting to do that from other people. But also, like I said, it's, you know, like that little voice in the back of your head that says things all the time. That drains you, that makes you think you're not deserving of things. And that's why they say go deeper. Because when you go deeper within, when you go introspectively inside you, you look for the place that has the wound. You find the place that has the wound and you awaken it by bringing that love. So when Prince Charming, being you, the hero of the story, finds the sleeping part of you, how does Prince Charming wake up Sleeping Beauty? With true love's kiss, love. So it's sort of like, I say it again, the best relationship you can have with yourself, with love, is with yourself. Because if you don't know how to love yourself, you're never going to find someone that can love you. And I've said this before, but it's literally that message. Learning to love yourself by letting go of things that no longer resonate with you. This is the death cycle and rebirthing into something better, but understanding that you can let go of this. You can let go of the thoughts, that run through the mind all the time, or sit in the subconscious, because you're not afraid to go in and look for it. Look for the wound is what I want to say for your energy. It's time to look for the wound and heal it and bring it some love. So hopefully that makes sense. And thank you very much. Yeah. Because, we all have to do that. We all have to go into the forest and go find ourselves, or whichever space. For me, it was in the ocean. I had to find the sunken treasure. And the sunken treasure was me. You know what I mean? I had to find me under that deep, dark water. And I used to have this fear of sharks, right? So every time I would think about healing or healing that emotional space, I would have dreams about sharks. That's the subconscious mind playing there. So you have to understand that a lot of us, we go through this fear when we have to go deep, when we have to look in and find where that wound is and heal it. It's a choice. You could either ignore it and let it rattle in the back of your head, or you could choose to face it. Find it and heal it and bring it some love, and then let it go. That's the death card. Let it go. Let it go. Let it leave you. And that way you can be free of it. So anytime this pattern comes around, you know how to move out of it. You don't get stuck in that mind loop or that emotional trap in your mind and in your heart. And you're free to love, and you're free to be successful and receive. So thank you, Eve. Very welcome. I'm going to have 5-minute breaks, guys. 5-minute break. Right now, just going to leave it on, and then I'll be back. Okay? 1 sec. Shake, 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 shake. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. Alright. Have a drink. I needed that break. Sometimes you just need to have a bit of a break when you've been doing it for a few hours. Oh, I'm going to message you. Oops. Okay. Did that zoom in? Holy crap. Sorry, guys. I sent myself likes there. Just trying to scroll down. It's a long list. Still here for a bit. Okay. Please be nice to my mod. Okay. So when you're ready, Hawani, we'll get into it. I'll try to go faster, but I can never guarantee. That's the downside to it all. Because some people need more and some people need less. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Heidi. Thank you for the likes, guys. Appreciate you. It's a lot of likes. Mine? My connection? Oh, that's because there's a lot of hopefully I'm on the main one. On the wrong one. Oh, I think I'm getting bitten by a little. Here, guys. Citronella candle. I'll just light up the citronella candle because I just got bit by something. I'll see. Yay! Just light a citronella candle to keep the mosquitoes out because it's summertime here and it's hot in my room. And I've turned the fan on, so if you hear any blowing, that's what it is. Okay. Evening. How are you? Okay. So I'm just clearing my hands. My chakras. Chakras. Oh, I don't know you. Sorry. I don't know what the invites are though, guys. What is that? Is that people inviting me to other lives? Oh, really? It's kind of like that too. It's crisp outside though. We're lucky being by the ocean. We get to have that fresh breeze, but in the house it's hot. Okay. All right. Okay, Elsie. Let's get into it. I'm just going to ground into your energy and knock at your spiritual house. And all you're going to do is open the door and say hello. All right. Let's see what this is for your highest potential and highest good. a lot of the same energies, but I know why. Because everyone's sort of in that same space, which is actually good. But you got new moon in Cancer, relax. Is that one card? Okay, it is. For some odd reason I thought that was 2 cards. And you actually got another one, but it was in reverse, so I feel like this is the issue here, but we'll talk about that. We got keep your heart open. So I'm just going to intuitively speak for a little bit. I feel like you do have some shadow work to do, because I feel like you're finding it hard to I want to say trust in people, because that's the energy currently happening at this time, is that we have to learn to trust the universe, ourselves, and the world. It's almost like the world's healing from trust issues, and keeping our heart open can be very hard when the world seems distrustful and not being able to have that faith that you can be open without being hurt. You know, it's sort of like vulnerable, but I've explained before that vulnerability is actually a strength. It is one of our greatest strengths, to allow our heart to be open and not hold that fear that someone could hurt it or crush it at any moment. So with keep your heart open, that would be a hard space, because I feel like there's a place here when we can't open our heart. It's usually because something's happened in the past and we hold to it, so we can create an identity to our past. And with this new moon in Cancer, it's got the word relaxing, because as soon as I say that, I keep getting, and this has been happening all night, relax the hold of darkness, or the dark wound, I would say, and let love live. Because I feel like you're a person that is quite, I feel like you may not always be at first very forthcoming with your emotions, but when you trust someone, you give, you love 100%. And I feel like that's been maybe crushed in the past. I want to say the past. So your challenge right now is actually to bring that into balance, to bring it into a space of understanding, healing, forgiveness and love. Because it's sort of like in not opening your heart or not trusting that the universe has your back. Let's just keep it simple like that. We can often be closed to real, beautiful, emotional connections and or experiences in our lives, because we're not open to receive. When our heart is open, where we manifest from that love space, from that love vibration, the things that come towards us are created in love, and we thrive, we flourish. But when we create it from a space of contraction, when the heart is closed, we create from contraction, we manifest from contraction, and that becomes very negative for us. That means it's least highest potential. Okay, so when they say relax into this space of getting to know yourself, the subconscious knowing of self. So Cancer is about sensitivity. Why is this a sore spot for you? Why is this a sensitive space for you? Why is love, if someone that has so much potential to give love and receive love holds back from it, it actually is painful for you, but also painful for the world, because someone like you that has a lot to give, that doesn't give or doesn't knowingly know that they're not giving to the fullest potential, can be very detrimental to the world, because we don't know. But it's like butterfly wings, you know, the butterfly effect. Even the little flutter of the butterfly's wings creates an outward, this outcome, these consequences, circumstances outwards beyond your knowing. And it's that ripple effect. And the thing is, what we have to understand is that even one drop in the ocean is still felt by the ocean. Still felt by the ocean, that one little drop. And we have to understand that even though it may not feel like we can do things, amazing things, we can actually just create love in our lives, and around us becomes love. You have to understand that too. So if that made sense. So I feel like for you, it's just learning to trust yourself, that you can actually love someone and love yourself. Sorry, I always say, I hate to refer to outside influence when it comes to love, because the best and most purest love is self-love. So once you get in alignment with self-love and self-care and self-devotion too. And it's not so much the physical aspects as in you know, how I look, and it's more about how you feel about it and how you think about it, about you. You know what I mean? So I hope that helps. I'm just going to get some tarot cards. Anything else? Anyways, yeah. So, so here we have Five of Swords in reverse, which is actually positive, but in the same respect, you have the Eight of Wands in reverse, which is not. It's just about there's no momentum there. So you're trying to let go of negative and detrimental spaces. So this could be thoughts or communication. So you might have created boundaries with someone to block them out of just like, I feel like just a detachment. Sorry, you've detached from someone or something, even if it wasn't like a full closure, or even if it wasn't like a proper closure, like a goodbye or a see you later mate. It was more like a, you made closure here in the mind. I want to say this because of the way that this person's holding their head. You know, some of us sometimes, not all of us, but some of us might also create scenarios in our head where we're talking to this person, but allowing it to heal us as well when we have that full conversation, because sometimes it just allows our mind to process this closure within. So I feel like it's a space where you've been stuck, because Eight of Wands can refer to fast moving action, communication, or manifestation, but just something coming in hard and fast is what I like to say. But with that Five of Swords in reverse, it's turned that Eight of Wands in reverse. So sort of like not taking on too much on your plate. You know, I'm dealing with this right now. I'm not dealing with this. You're actually not organizing your thoughts, but you're organizing your energies better. Because I feel like it's not so much that you don't know this. You already know this already, right? You already know this already. But it's more like you just needed confirmation that you're making that right choice right now. Am I making the right choices in my life? That's standard when it comes to tarot reading. Am I making that right choice? And I feel like for you, it's sort of like you've created a boundary and you've detached from something in your own way, in your own time. But what that's done is that it's halted everything. But sometimes in the stillness and in the silence, we find ourselves. And I've said that before. We find ourselves more because nothing's moving. You know, because we have to look at it and we have to see it and we have to feel it. And we actually have to go through the full process of letting something go. And that's been hard. And that's probably why your heart was in contraction or is in contraction right now. But it's saying relax. So it's saying relax so you can go into receiving. Because I feel like for you, it's time to turn that Eight of Wands upright and let it come. Let it come towards you, because I feel like there's a lot of like it could be spiritual energy. It just depends how you see the wands for yourself. It could be motivation, inspiration, action, communication, messages, or whatever it is. There's a lot that's building up behind the scenes. That's all. So I'm just going to pull one more card out. Yeah, I just wanted to pull. Okay, that's good. So there's definitely a new beginning happening for you here. Ace of Pentacles. When you let go of the hold of the dark wound or darkness, and that's usually because we hold it, right? Because we're protecting ourselves, so we hold what's still in there. That's the thing. What we don't realize is that when we open up and allow our heart to open like this, open, it creates space for growth. Because whatever needs to leave us can leave us, but when we keep it stuck, we hold it in contraction. So in pain, in suffering, in trauma. And when we learn to open it up and let it go, we actually find that there in that space, we thrive. So that's all I'm going to say for you. It's just like open it up to new opportunities coming your way. This is a new abundant beginning. And I feel like there's growth here when you open up to it. And it's ready for you. It's ready. So thank you, Elsie, hopefully. Oh, you lost your daughter. Here's the thing, okay. Here's the thing I want to say about loss. loss is hard, and grieving and healing from that takes its own time. So I never think that rushing it or trying to get over things too fast is actually, it can be quite bad for you, because we have to process it in its own way. But you have to understand that, okay, even despite the circumstances of losing your daughter, despite the circumstances, that they move on to into a space of pure love. You have to understand that when they leave here, they leave all the pain and suffering and anything that caused conflict in them, they leave it behind, and they connect to the higher consciousness, right? And then they see everything. So they return to like a fuller potential, a higher potential. And the thing is, we have to understand that when they leave us, it's sad for us because we miss their physical presence, but their spiritual presence or their soul never dies. So the essence of your daughter lives on always, in all times, spaces and dimensions. There she is somewhere, living. And I know that's, like for me, when I started to learn about where the soul goes and what the soul does after life, and when I understood that process, I started to fear death less. So that I always call it the next level of living, because it's like we come here to live, but then we go to live too somewhere else. It's like moving, and I know that's lessening how you feel about that, but just in a simple term, it's just, letting go of the physical body, but never the energy. The energy is always with you, and just call out. That's what I do when I miss my nan. I call out, and she comes to me. She talks to me, and she just emits an energy of love, and you'll just feel it. Swear to God, you'll feel it. It doesn't even matter the circumstances, because when they connect to love, they remember all the love that they ever had in their life, and they return it back to you. So it's an important stage and understanding to know that they do go to a better place. It's just not a physical place. We can only visit them in our memories, and those are precious to us. So, but their soul lives on forever, and their energy does too. So thank you, Elsie. Hopefully that made some sense, and thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, but your reading was definitely about focusing on the new beginning. You've gone through an ending, and it's been rough, but now it's time to focus forward, because that's where the real living is, here and now, but taking those steps forward for you. Andy the Nug. Sorry. Andy the UK? Andrea, okay. Andrea. Let's go. That's awesome. It's different when you sort of, see it from a different perspective, because it gives you hope, like not hope that you'll see them again, but just a hope of knowing that they're good. That's all we want when we lose our loved ones, is that we have love for them and we hope that they're okay. But you've got to understand that they are in an instant, they are connected to love. Andrea. see what card comes out for you. I heard it. Take inspired action. You got full moon in Virgo. So this could mean humanitarian spaces as well. I'll just quickly get the tarot cards as well. I'm just trying to speed up the process because I know I talk a lot. This is a message for your highest good and highest potential. Okay, take the top one. Okay, yep. You got a lot of moon energy. So there might be a lot of emotional spaces that are opening up for you, but Virgo is usually about the humanitarian. That's Empress energy as well. So with take inspired action, there's something you want to create or move towards, but I'll read the card real quick. Okay, full moon in Virgo, take inspired action. This card is bursting with goddess energy. Oh, yep, okay, got that right. It reminds you that while it's wonderful to have lofty dreams, you also need to ground those desires by taking inspired action. Commune with the heavens, but take practical steps down here on earth. Draw down the energies of the divine by doing something as seemingly trivial as making a bullet point list of what you need to do to manifest your dreams into reality. Also know that you're 100% worthy of your dreams. Ditch self-doubt, criticism, and second-guessing yourself and others. Sorry, my eyes just went blurry there. So it's find a balance between dreaming big and being practical. I forgive myself for everything. I am doing my best. That's something that I say to myself all the time. I'm doing my best. Just to allow myself to feel encouraged and humble at the same time. So with your energy, it was weird because as soon as I heard your card, it was weird. It was almost like this weird sound that I heard, and that's why I stopped and then pulled it. Because I feel like what I had felt shuffling your deck was that there was a pull in my stomach, okay, an upward pull. But as we know, it mirrors. There's a mirror. So I feel like for you, there's a lot that you want to bring to the speak about. There's something you want to talk about, some kind of truth you want to understand or discuss. And here we got the Page of Cups and the Moon. I'm getting a lot of intuitive space for you, but it's also a confusing space. So you're being drawn, you're being asked to do something with that take inspired action, making moves, making plans, because that's what it's about. Virgo is about the goddess energy. Goddess energy is about spiritual energy, you know, that divine feminine energy, which is the intuition, the nourishment of self. But we have to also understand that with the full moon of Virgo, take inspired action, you've been called to it. You've been called to it. So you do have a calling. And I feel like if this isn't about you, I don't know, I just heard poetry or being creative, expressive in an actual physical way. This is about you finding something truthful in where you're going. Because I feel like there's a lot of confusion for you with this moon card. Because that can be like... with the light of the moon, how do I describe that? With the light of the moon is not as bright as the sun, so there's less clarity. So that's just how I heard it in my head. There's less clarity of knowing, and sometimes you're seeing the moon through the distortion of your emotions, so you're getting the message but not seeing the full picture or the clear picture. Hopefully that makes sense. And I feel like there's a lot about you. You know, like it's weird because I'm just feeling that sense of floaty, but it's more like drifting. You know, I feel like I'm drifting, or maybe just losing a sense of direction here. Because I feel like, you know, I feel like for you it's a lot more about an intuitive space. And that they're trying to crack you open, but you're a little bit resistant because you're unsure of the message. And if it's not an intuitive space, it's a creative space. If that makes sense. There's something that wants to happen within you, something that's pulling you towards it. You know, like how sometimes there's a full moon and you can't help but stare at the moon, like it's just like, you know, oh, you want to howl at the moon and go a little bit crazy. It's like that's how it's been showing in your manifesting. Is like I feel a little bit off kilter or off my game, something like that, but it's not quite what it is. It's more about a realignment and a readjustment to your priority list, which is what is the current energy right now, is a vibrational transformation of your priority list. So if you're not feeling energies of the moon or intuitive spaces, then this is definitely about creating something or being creative, and right at the beginning of it too. And when you're right at the beginning of intuiting or creating, there's this space where you have to learn, and it can be quite frustrating. And when you have to master your skill and understand it and research and all that kind of stuff. So you may be looking for spaces where there's truth and understanding, you know, taking classes or wanting higher education or higher knowledge. But the downside to all of that is that it's a learning phase, and you have to learn. So you can't go from A to Z, you have to go from A, B, C, D, all the way to Z, because there's no hacks for this. There's no jumping from beginner to full professional or master of your craft or of your creative space. So get past the frustration of this. Hopefully this makes sense. I'm just speaking. Hopefully that makes sense for you, because I feel like you just have to be a little bit more patient with yourself. You're on the right track, because when you slow the process down, and I know the rush to move, because the moon is about Cancer. Well, it is associated to Cancer, and Cancers are like, they love well thought out plans. They love structure, but they often rush in to things because they want it right there and then, and they don't know how to put the brakes on and just take one step at a time and allow that full process to develop, you know. Yeah, you know what I mean. It's sorry, I just looked up at the comments. So yeah, I just feel like for you, it's just allow that space to clear by taking the time to learn your craft or creative space. And with Take Inspired Action, that isn't always about rushing in and doing it half pie, you know, or halfway. It's about taking that step every day because you're inspired from the heart space. Like I said, if you're going to manifest anything, manifest it from the heart, because it's the heart, it's that love vibration that creates your manifestation in love, where you can thrive. And I think for you, the moon is only there because it's allowing me to see there's a depth in you that is untapped, okay? An untapped potential that you have access to once you understand where you're at. So allow that learning process to happen, and process it fully till you're a master. You know, show up for yourself every day. Do the work, do the things that you need to do, and then allow that vision to become more clear. And that's by allowing light in. You know, sometimes we see the moon, we're drawn to the moon, but the moon can also create a lot of waves in our emotional space or our intuitive pool of energy. So we need a clear, still energy or water to access the clarity of the message. Okay, hopefully that makes sense for you. That was actually really interesting, because I want to say you're actually at the beginning stages of your understanding your intuition or your spiritual space, because Page of Cups is usually about a message, a love message coming forward, as you can see there. But I feel like that love is actually your soul pulling you into something that they want you to begin. And sometimes that's not always easy, because I've done it too, like this whole spiritual space. I tried to rush and I kept wondering why I kept falling over or stumbling on the path, because I wasn't allowing full processes to learn and process the experience. And I had to learn to walk slowly. And that just comes from wisdom, you know. The more you tap into your spiritual space, the more soul wisdom you tap into, and understand life isn't gonna run away on you. You've got time, and it's just allowing yourself that knowledge. So thank you. Oh, is there someone in there? If there's someone in there, get rid of them. Please be respectful to each other. If you don't, oh, that makes, okay. Oh, really? That makes sense. Yeah. I think it's just time for you to like come into full fruition of that too, by the way. That's so cool though. Tattoo, hey. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Alright. I'm glad that makes sense, because I was, you know. Sometimes it comes in like that. You are very open to my energy. Makes it easier too. That way I can just, you know, freely speak and let it come forward. Okay, what's next? Thank you, guys. Gotta have some water. Water. Water's a conduit, by the way. Okay, Dory. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Water. Yeah. You have a lot of intuitive space though, like straight up. That's why you're so creative. And the thing is, if we don't understand that untapped potential and learn to master it, it becomes chaotic inside of us. So that's why I said, just take that process to become the master that you really want to be, like that top pinnacle, a master of your craft, because you've got a lot of potential to be there. And you know. Alright, Dory, are you there? Hi there, if you'd like a reading, I do have a bit of a long list, but if you'd like to wait, just refer to my moderator, Intuitive Weaver, and give me some likes, guys. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. That was awesome. I'm so generous. Dory? Just let me know you're there. Dory, okay, hi Dory, how are you? Okay, I'm just going to tap into your intuitive. Tap into your spiritual house. Your energy is so warm. It feels quite nice. Felt like smiling when I was asking for permission. So let's get a message for your highest potential and highest good. Okay. Whoa. Okay. I'm just going to grab this other one. That's such a pretty card. I love these cards. Okay, so I got 2 down in reverse and 1 up, but I'm going to take the one that's up because I think you've got a couple of things that want to come forward, but I'm going to take the strongest energy, which is the one that's upright. But I will show you what these cards were. And it was first quarter moon in Pisces, honor your feelings, and first quarter moon in Cancer, push through any insecurity. So I just want to just say this really quick, because your main energy or the main story that wants to come forward was full moon in Pisces. So they're all water signs, even though it's got Libra on your energy. I feel like there's a lot of emotional space, or if it's not emotional, it's, I want to say, spiritual space that's sort of tuning around in your energy right now. And with that Pisces, full moon in Pisces, it says forgive. But it's a beautiful card. I'm actually allergic to fish, but I love fish. It's weird. Like, I love fish to look at them while they're swimming and things like that. So I can't eat them, but I can love them. And I'm going to read the card real quick, because that's what I've been doing. So I'll read it real quick. Pisces, what are Pisces? Sorry, 1 sec. Okay, so this card says, be careful that you're not coming at your current situation with your mind made up. This card is a reminder that life is an unfolding mystery and you need to go with it, instead of trying too hard to tick every box of your dreams to come true. Fall into the dreams a little. It could well be that's what's blocking your current manifestation, is that you haven't forgiven yourself or someone else for something that happened in the past. To boost your manifesting powers, forgive yourself and anyone else who needs forgiveness. Because that's a big thing, you know. The thing about forgiveness is that it leads to healing. Well, healing and forgiveness lead to each other, and then they both lead to love. So if you're looking, say, strike a balance between your duties and what you need to do for inner peace. Because here with the full moon of Pisces, I just wanted to mention this because this was what was coming up, is that it's a dreamy energy. Dreamy. Like, but dreams can, okay, so I just heard it. But dreams can often create illusion as well. So you have to understand that why it's actually asking you for forgiveness is because there's a lot of space in you that might be not dreaming it out, but creating it. Creating the drift between you and another, or between you and a situation that happened. And the thing with Pisces is that they flow in harmony, right? The yin and the yang, the good and the bad, the light and the dark. There's a duality there. And you have to bring it into balance, this forgiving energy, because then it frees you. We have to understand that healing is a process that the soul needs to be free, so that it has no regrets, so that it fulfills its soul purpose in the world. You know, it's contracted here to do. And I feel like for you, yeah, there's a rip current. Okay, I'm getting a lot of pulling in the heart space, so it's been hard for you to bring it into balance. It's not so much that you, I think you've just had a lot of circumstances that have happened in your life that have created this rip. Because that's why it's weird, because I feel like even with this card, it has this hole right in the middle. See that? This little space, this little wound, that's not allowing these two fish to connect to each other. They're like literally going backwards and forwards instead of going in flow, in harmonious flow. So there's definitely a blockage in your energy, which is the forgive energy, right? Oops. I forgot to pull out the tarot cards. Trying to speed it up a little. Yeah. They're going all over the show. Your cards are a little bit, yeah, your cards came out like that too. So there's a lot of your energy is a little bit all over the show, if that's a good description, but just a little bit to and fro. Okay. I think they flip like that for a reason. Here we have the Magician, the Ace of Pentacles, and the Wheel, all upright. That was interesting, because I think if the kids, sorry, screaming. Don't worry, they've got babysitters. Sorry, but I think if they had landed on the table, they would have been in reverse. So I keep hearing this, it's weird because I keep getting this phrase all night long, which is turn that frown upside down. And here with you, the Magician, this is manifestation, you know, this is the universe working with you, this is having all the tools to create and manifest, or alchemical change. So the change has to happen within you, because here with Ace of Pentacles, this is a new abundant beginning, or literally an opportunity arising. And here with the Wheel of Fortune, things turning in your favor, but also it's like the end of karmic cycles. So I feel like, okay, thank you. Yeah, we get to the message. When you forgive what has been done to you, or what you were a part of, to allow that healing process to take place, you then come into new cycles. It's like freeing yourself from a karmic cycle, look, that your soul has been part of for many lifetimes. You're healing it now, and it's a lot to fit in such a short amount of time. But I think for you with the wheel here, it's turning. But you look, I just want to say, I just feel like it's all coming in all at once. Like whatever you've been manifesting, it wants to come in. And the only way to get into true flow of receiving your manifestations, or receiving the gift of love, is what I heard. I was a bit reluctant to say that, but I want to say the gift of love, and that is healing leads to love, right? Forgiveness and healing, these are the fish that need to come into flow to create that love space for you. Forgiveness creates healing, which leads to love. And it could be love for yourself, or just feeling absolutely loved by the universe. It can mean many things to people. Oh, thank you. You know what I mean? So I feel like for you, it's to remove the blockage and let these two fish flow. Forgive. I just want to say, it's just time to forgive and let the cycle start anew. Because I feel like you've been stuck in loops, you know, because it's weird, because I just got keep me in the loop. And if you understand that the magician usually has that keep me in the loop, you're breaking the loop by forgiving this space, because maybe in other lifetimes you couldn't forgive then, and so you've had to come back and repeat cycles. We're all doing it. We're all recycled souls, you know what I mean? Not many of us are brand new. We're all here constantly repairing our souls in this life. Obviously, a lot of us are doing repairs now, and the same for you. So, yeah, thank you, Tori. Very welcome. Yeah, I really like the energy of your cards. It's a positive, you know, it's positive. The outcome is positive, which is always nice. Like, it's not a lecture, it's just more like information and awareness. Hopefully that did make sense for you. Hopefully it made sense. Okay. Who's next? Thank you, Dory. Sometimes the hardest thing we have to do is forgive ourselves. You know, for the things we went through. Far out, guys. Thank you. Pearl. Oh, you're number 3. Okay. Not far. I'm trying to get through them a little bit faster. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay. Waikato Hokianga? Nui Tonu? Ooh. I'm from the Hokianga. Okay, now. Tanya. Kia ora. Alright. Just gonna have some water. Sometimes I get nervous, so I don't want to mispronounce it. Just because the screen for my chatting is a bit that big. My eyes are like... Alright. ground into your energy. Okay, so I'm just going to tell you this really quick. If I start talking in spiritual terms to you, hopefully it makes sense, because I feel like it goes spiritual straight away. This is what it just came forward, like my intuitive knowing that if I start talking in spiritual terms, you might actually understand where I'm coming from. Have you been experiencing like a heightened awareness? I just felt an ache in my crown chakra. So I'm going to get your energy and for your highest good and your highest potential. So we'll see what comes forward. Hang on, please. So you have a few things wanting to come forward, but I'm going to take this one because I was drawn to it. This is your current energy, which is full moon in Gemini. Embrace the flow of life. This was talking about that. But you did have last quarter moon in Scorpio. Reveal what needs to be seen. And last quarter moon in Pisces. Talk less, feel more. Sometimes that's not always fun. Sometimes talking eases from feeling things. But anyway, so I've just taken the main story for you right now. I'm just going to pull a couple of tarot cards for guidance. And I'm going to read this card to you. Okay, I saw that. Yeah, I'll pull it. Thank you. Sometimes they growl me. My spirit goes, hey, you've got that card. I was like, oh, I got it. Sorry. It's all right. Not easy to break your shell, is it? That was that reveal card. Okay. They won't let me pick any more cards, so you've only got 2 cards, even though I did show you these other 2 cards. But I feel like literally talk less, feel more, and reveal what needs to be seen. Literally was what they want. Short and sharp, straight to the point. No whimsical fluff. I'm not like that. It's not that you're all business, it's not that. It's just that direct communication is important, especially with Gemini full moon. Geminis are about communication and higher knowledge. So embrace the flow of life. Here we go. Oh. Have you been fast talking lately? Or is someone trying to fast talk you? Your best bet could simply be to keep quiet for a while. You or someone else in the situation needs some space. Take a moment out of the constant carry-on. Taking a moment out of the constant carry-on will allow you to see what's going on. There's a tug of war between worrying about all the details of how to solve your issue and taking a moment to get some more perspective. Let life flow. Gratitude will help. It's a good time to change your mind about someone or something. Yeah, strike a balance between talking rings around people and seeing what they have to teach you. It's funny too, because it's just the way that I heard that in my mind. It's like, not all your whimsical fluff, you know, like yeah, my poetic space, because I was going to get all poetic with you, but I literally got told to shut up and tell me the message. But that's okay, because sometimes I appreciate, oh sorry, I flipped your card over. Appreciate that direct talk, you know, like sometimes, you know how sometimes you got to sit down with your child, and I'm just describing it this way. You got to sit down with that person and you got to tell them how it is. It's like that. Like I'll sit across the table from you and I'm going to be open, I'm going to be honest, and I'm going to be very direct with my message. And I feel like for you, that's how you like to be treated. Openly, honestly, and with direction instead of a roundabout. Because here, the only card that you got from the tarot was the Six of Pentacles. See this? This can be about, this is my sharing is caring card. It can be about reciprocity or equality. It can be many things. And then it also can be like sharing with poor people or sharing your wealth with someone else. But here, if you look at, you know, about fast talking and rings, running about. And for me, why they say the coins is like, show me where your, put your money where your mouth is. Bet, you know, it's like that. It's like it's kind of masculine energy, but it's not masculine energy. Like, but it just feels like that very direct approach to things. And if I give you something, you give it to me in return. Like that's just how you are with someone. So if you give 100%, you're wanting 100% in return. So let's just say you write a whole lot of stuff down, and because you're prepared, you've got all your, you know, crossed your T's and dotted your I's, and then you've written full paragraphs. Sorry, this is how it's going. And then the person across the table from you just wrote, yep. That's going to make you mad. That's going to make you mad. Because where's the equality there? You know what I mean? Where's that equality? And I feel like you always say that. I was like, you know, well, what am I here for? If you're not going to be open and honest, like that's how I feel. What are you here? What am I here for? You know? And it's asking here with embrace the flow of life. You see this? It's a mirror image. So sometimes what was suggested in these cards was to talk less, feel more. Sometimes you have to just look someone in the eye and see yourself reflected in them, that whoever you're dealing with is exactly like you, and if they're not, well, it feels like they're not. I want to say it feels like they're not. But when you get in tune with them, like this is energetically, okay? So I'm talking energetically when I say attuned with them. When you get attuned with someone mentally, so this is open-minded, open-hearted, and then have that discussion where we put down our guards and our defenses and we just put it out on the table. Because I feel like this is someone that you sit across the table from, like discussions, like have dinner with, like that kind of thing. Like I would say this, if this isn't a close friend, partner, this is family. And having those direct discussions. And I feel like what I want to talk about is something about the past. And it's not so much about the past to hurt anyone, as to know, what am I wanting to know here? I want to know something. Why aren't you telling me? That's why you have all this information, but this person is not giving you enough information. So hopefully that makes sense. One sec, guys. I need to put my phone on the charger. I was supposed to do it earlier, but I never did. Before it goes flat. But just that energy of not needing to be right as well. Okay guys, so don't mind the fumbling while I do this. Look at my lovely ceiling. And I'll just put it back in. Because it has like a flap on it, on the charger piece, because it's sort of like a waterproof freaking thing. It seemed right at the time. Thank you. Thank you for being patient. Just so that it doesn't go flat and then mid-talk I'm like, oh, God. Okay. So I think for you, if this isn't about the past, you're asking for information that you're not getting, that you're not receiving, and you don't so much feel entitled to it, but you do. Like, I'm giving you all I got. Why can't I get that back? That's it. So they want you to understand and put yourself in the shoes of the other person and sort of see the similarities here. Why this person won't move. And it's more like being aware and more empathic or empathetic to them, and it's sort of like understanding. When you understand them, you can approach them and communicate to them in a way where they won't put up their guard and hold back information. So I just think that right now, to receive that equal give and take with this person or this energy or situation, that you need to understand them first and approach them in a way that allows them to communicate without creating friction between the two of you. So hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, embrace the flow of life. Because I feel like when they're ready to talk or when they're ready to share, that they will just naturally open up. Like, it's sort of like you can't force something open with sheer strength. You've literally got to lure it out, you know, and let it come out of its own choosing, because that's free will. You know, that's part of life. When you allow someone to choose to bring that message forward by creating that atmosphere and environment which they would feel comfortable in, which I feel like is like an intimate one-on-one conversation, but where you just sit and allow yourselves to feel each other more, which is eye-to-eye contact. You know, that's the best approach with this person. Directly in the eyes. Yeah, it could be about work. Well, it has Pentacles, but it's more like, you know, give and take here. But there's a lot more than... It's... With that Gemini, this is usually a reflection of self, like the twins, right? The twins. So I feel like with you, it's just approaching people in a way that allows you to be you, but also allow them to be them, so that there's a better flow of communication. Yeah, I just feel like it's just a little bit more flexibility there, because that's what flow is usually about, is being able to adapt and change to different environments and spaces without being so rigid and direct in the middle. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, I'm like that too. Sometimes I just go around and around in circles. I get frustrated at that though, because sometimes I just want to, you know, talk and go about in circles, because sometimes I like that, the journey of the exchange when I speak. Yeah, all it is just flexibility. And it's sort of like, if this is about career, because it's about the energy, because there's other things that wanted to come out, but I've just grabbed the main energy there. And it's just, when you allow that, you earn more, you know. It's given back. So Pentacles can be about wealth, money, career. But yeah, it just felt like it's like creating a family environment. Could be, if it's not family, but creating that environment where they can feel more natural to talk and exchange. Okay, cool. I know you waited a long time for that, so thank you very much. No, well, sometimes, you know, I just gotta be honest, sometimes when we're direct, very direct, you know, we've put a lot of thought into it, that's all. You know, we're usually when someone's direct, they want to get straight to the, it's not that you're hard or brash, it may come across that way, it's more that you just want to fix things. I just want to fix what's going on, where the miscommunication is, where if this isn't about receiving the information that you want or need from the past, or about your family, and it's about career, I would say that it's just, you have to understand that you like to fix things. That's why they need to get in. And I know someone just like that. Actually, my brother's like that. He's a Sagittarius. He is very direct, and he likes to get to the nuts and bolts of everything as fast as possible so he can fix it, find that solution and get out. I actually really like that, because I'm the opposite. It kind of compliments me, even how he thinks. It wasn't always the case when we were kids, but Okay, Bailey, you've waited very long for this. Okay, still here. Okay, great. So I'm just going to tap into your energy. You don't mince words. You know, that's, I like that though. Like it's actually a great trait to be so open and straight and no hidden agenda. Okay. Okay. You got 2 as well. I don't know if this is because I was actually thinking of Tanya. As always. But you got a full moon in Gemini, embrace the flow of life. And full moon in Scorpio, breathe through the tension. And I feel like this is your energy, so I might have to sage after this one. Just clear the space. Because yeah, some people have powerful energy and they kind of linger on the cards, that's all. Nothing bad. Nothing bad. So here we go, full moon in Scorpio. I'll read this really quick. And then I'll get your tarot cards and then we'll speak. So here we have breathe through the tension, full moon in Scorpio. There's a strong sexual energy around you now. The good news is that sexual energy is very creative. After all, it leads to an act that creates humans. This wording for some odd reason is inappropriate. A tense situation could be about to boil over, so go carefully. Time spent outdoors will help you to calm your emotions as well as increasing your general well-being. You need to find a balance between your emotions and your sensual side. Don't deny this part of yourself. Use the energy to create what you want. So balance your ability to caress with your need to be caressed. So there's this. That's why the Gemini too, wanting that reciprocation or reciprocity or equal give and take. So it's wanting some kind of balance in love. So Scorpio is a deep, loving. It's funny that it says breathe through the tension. Now there's something that I do quite regularly, and that is I bring all my sacred feminine energy from down below and I breathe it up into my third eye because it's very strong, potent energy. And it also, I push it up into my third eye so that it strengthens it. And so, sorry, I just wanted to share that. I know that sounded a bit weird, but a lot of it is to, oh, this is a Kali, the goddess of Shakti. Okay, sexual energy fires me up in a good way. It helps me express my creativity too. Yeah. Okay, yeah, because Scorpio can be quite, the thing about, okay, I've got to pull that in. So the thing about Scorpio, breathe through the tension, is that they're quite tense about their emotional space. They can hold a lot in, and that's why breathe through the tension is relax. It's almost like relaxing as you allow yourself to feel things and not hold it all up inside you, because sometimes we feel attracted, or well, actually I was going to say with the Scorpio energy, when we're feeling sexual, we're very strong manifestors in creative space. Like I said, it is a creative space, but like it's learning to tap into the potency of that energy instead of allowing it to create chaos and conflict. Yeah, sometimes I give you what you need and not what you want. And I know that can be very disheartening sometimes when we have set ideals on what we want to receive. So I'm just giving you the good shuffle, and then I'll sage. So we're just going to get your cards. Yeah, okay. I'll take 3, thank you. So, does this make sense? Okay, that's good. But here you have the Ace of Swords in reverse, 2 of Wands upright, and then 4 of Cups in reverse. Hopefully I put it, yeah. So we have 2 of Wands and 4 of Cups in reverse. Yeah. Okay, how do I describe that? I keep getting that coming in. Turn that frown upside down. I don't know what they mean by that. But, okay, with the Ace of Swords, so the Ace of Swords upright means a new truthful beginning, okay? But for me, it literally, how I described how I deal with my sexual energy was that I breathe it into my third eye to create more potent energy or to strengthen it. So that my sight gets longer, stronger, you know, it's like that kind of that virility in your intuitive space. But for you, this could be just bringing it into a space of knowledge or because I feel like there's a blockage there. So it's using that creative space or that chaotic space and bringing it in to your, you know, into the dome, like drawing up, thank you, drawing up that energy, because I feel like, okay, so it's hard for me to describe it because it's sort of just like short little images, but it's almost like you'll understand it when you understand it. It's like that blockage is that you're finding it hard to understand what this energy is or what this emotion is or what this feeling is, but it's building and you can sense it, but you also feel very stuck, you know, with that Two of Wands can be about planning and preparing, like, you know, you want to move towards something, you have a goal, you have a plan, you feel inspired, but then the new beginning that you thought was being created is sort of being delayed. So with the Ace of Swords in reverse, it can, for me, it's usually a delay or some type of space where we need to make, you know, take attention to it. But you're looking away from that space, so you're yearning outside of you instead of clearing what's within first. So we'll breathe through the tension like a cleansing breath. So sometimes we inhale the good, we release the bad. So I feel like for you, it's learning to clear out your thoughts. That's why the breathing. Breathe through the tension. The tension is in the mind. But if we draw up from the feminine energy of, that was Kalima, right? That was a Kalima card. Of facing our fears. You know, what do we find in the dark crevices of our mind, you know? A lot of raw energy that's sort of just circulating and moving around there. And wonder why we don't have that sort of, this card with the 4 of Cups in reverse, you know, not connecting or feeling, it's almost like feeling numb, but not numb, but like disconnecting from a lot of things. Not seeing the opportunities, not knowing what cup to fill. Like there's a lot of confusion here. Letting go of something, embracing something else. That's why I said you won't understand it until you can clarify it or understand what it is for you. There's some kind of insight in knowing that wants to come forward, but it's sort of like, you know, like, okay, sorry, there's a lot of messages, all like bits and pieces. So how do you bring it into the full picture? So I want to say the reason why it came forward as sexual energy, it is literally you are in a birthing state. Have you ever seen Ashes of Love on Netflix? Anyone seen that? And you have the 2 main characters, and one's a phoenix, right? He's a phoenix, and he has to go through this rebirth stage, which is where he's building up fire and flame, and he's just incubating. Thank you. You're in an incubation period, so it feels a little bit stuck and confusing, but that's because, that's why breathe through the teacher literally is a birthing stage for you. Sorry. Oh, okay. Oh, that's why. Okay. Sorry, I should have looked up and seen that so I could reread that a little bit nicer. Wow. You're in a birthing stage. I feel like that's a good sign. But okay. I just wanted to look at that card because I want to word it properly. So for you, Bailey, if I can understand, there's a lot of potency for this type of energy right now in your, what's blocking it is this, the mind, the awakening to who you are. So I feel like for you, you're in a cycle of feeling lack, okay? I'm trying to word it so it's not brutal. Just feeling, well, the word is like, I can't. There's this word that's going around, I can't, you know, like, so I feel like for you, you have to understand that sometimes we have to go into I can, but it is a hard process. There's a lot, like, I just want to say, for me, I just really seen that phoenix. And it was weird because when I first started to shuffle your cards, I saw Ashes of Love. That's why I brought it up. I don't know if anyone's seen that, but it's sort of like this twin flame energy, the wanting to be together, and all these circumstances creating them to be apart. And I feel like you shouldn't let that take over the fear or the doubt or the lack. And still understand that you're a whole being. And that's in that understanding. That's why there's no clarity there, because there's some kind of realization that you have to understand is that you're actually a whole being. You know, a whole being. That way you go into the energy of being open and not without. Receiving and creative, because it's that sacral energy, right? So I feel like for you, it's like bringing love and healing to yourself as well. That's why the need, the balance between the need to be caressed, is it? Balance your ability to caress with your need to be caressed. And I feel like that's within yourself. So you give a lot of love, but you need to also give yourself love. Give your body time and devotion and love. And that's what I mean. But for you, it's just learning to tap into the, like, it's learning to tap into the creation space, but not the chaotic and conflict space. So approaching it with a different mentality of being whole, and sort of like let go of this, because I'm just going to say it, you're probably going to get pregnant soon, because it's just birth energy. So your that energy is definitely with you, but are you in here ready to receive it? You know what I mean? There's a part of you that doesn't quite feel whole, and that's what it's just learning to be whole, that you are whole. I hope that makes sense. It's just learning to be whole and being open to receive that. Because sometimes we may not feel like we're, you know, a full human being when we can't do what we need to do as a woman. You know, that's a sacred space for us. But sometimes the blockage is not physical. Sometimes it's mental and emotional. So hopefully that makes sense for you. Yeah. Breathe through the tension. I'll say there was a whole lot of birthing energy. So I reckon it's just, yeah, get passionate about yourself and then let that energy rise. Because that energy is there. It is there to receive. So thank you very much, Bailey. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with you. It's just timing, you know, when you're ready. That's the thing. We have to realize a lot of it is about being a vibrational match and divine timing. Like, it's like having the patience to let it unfold and allow it to be created, you know. And it's hard, I know, I get it. I totally get that. Sometimes we feel when we can't, you know. I've had doubts about myself too, not in the fertility side, but in other sides of my life, having self-doubt and things about me not being complete or whole, and having to learn to fill that with love. You know what I mean? You get it, eh, Delete TV? Yes, I have a bunch of kids. All right. Okay, Pearl. All right, we're going to get straight into it because I know that I'm just waffling on. I know I'm getting tired too, so. Please excuse the long-winded chats. Okay. Pearl. Okay, Pearl. My spirit guides are funny tonight. I just heard them. It's weird because now you can sort of sense them or have a knowing that they're talking. I just heard this saying, just relax, man. Like I've got tension in my shoulders and visually having an image pop in of them rubbing my shoulder to relax. They're saying I'm not dropping into that grounded space as easily because I'm holding tension. So it's funny that I, you know, breathe through the tension too. So that might be a message for both of us. Oh, okay, you're right. Tense. Alright, let's go. Send a message, your current energy, and a message for your highest good and highest potential. I'll get all the cards out first. Let's speed this process up. I say that every time, don't I? You've got New Moon and Gemini. Think it through. Okay, I'm just going to get your tarot guidance card. I'll read the card and then intuit the cards. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I got New Moon and Gemini. Think it through as your main current energy. And then I got the World in reverse and the King of Wands. The King of Wands. So we'll just get New Moon and Gemini. New Moon, Gemini, Cancer, Gemini. A positive outcome lies ahead. However, to take this opportunity from the ethers and make it real, you need a positive mindset. On some level you already know how to get what you want. Use your smarts. Think it through. Look for the signposts about what to do next. Ask, what am I expecting? Focus on positive expectations. Expectations attract. If you're having doubts, talk to someone. Make a list of your goals. There's a there's a way through. Use your mind and your words to help others see things your way. It's like, but don't manipulate, because that's not against the law of free will. So here we have, this card is an especially good sign for matters related to a flirtatious situation, anything written and an upset you've had, or a relationship that feels blocked. Are you in a long distance relationship? Or someone you feel distant in a relationship? Because that's kind of what the tarot cards say. Knowledge is powerful and I am powerful is your mantra for that. So think things through. Gemini, they're definitely about the love space. I feel like you're overcoming mountains, but the mountains are the creation of your mind. Okay, I'm just going to speak out. Like sometimes when we want to get over things, we often create these mountains or obstacles that we find hard to climb. And sometimes we don't climb it very gracefully. When we get to the top, we don't always descend gracefully either. So when I say think it through, have a good plan, have a good strategic plan on this situation. Because I feel like it's just like, I just hear words like full-heartedly. Don't do something full-heartedly. But I don't know if that's a warning to you or a foreseeing for you, or if that's your mind saying that to you. Would think it through. But if this is your current energy, this is a shadow aspect that your mind works hyper vigilantly, and that the obstacles get created that way. So I'm sorry, this may be a message that you need, but not what you want. So with the new moon is the shadow aspect of that. So sometimes when we think it through, we think things through so much we can destroy it or diminish its value to us. So you have to be mindful of that balance there. But it did say positive outcomes coming. So when we get through that healing of removing the obstacles that our mind creates for us, and we get into the knowing, which is about what Gemini is about, communication, we can communicate what we want in the world easier. Okay? So here we have the World card and the King of Wands. Okay? So I think for you, I feel like there's a disconnection, or because I feel like this King of Wands energy is somebody else or something else. Something, it represents something. So the King of Wands has many characteristics. They're the people's king. They're the only king that's elected in by the people. So this is someone that's usually well liked or popular. They're quite passionate. They're a great, not a manipulator, in reverse maybe, but this isn't in reverse. They're strategists. They're a good strategist, which actually would harmonize well with your energy of think it through, but not to overthink it. So there's a difference between being thorough and being hyper vigilant. Okay, so here we have the World card, and the World card can represent international trade, travel, but in reverse it might be a little bit of a karmic cycle. So you might be going in and out with someone a lot, relationship wise, because I feel like this King of Wands energy is not yours, and like it's been a little bit tight-lipped as well. Like the energy is like showing me what I need to see, but not showing me detail. But I think if you have issues with either traveling towards this person or communicating towards this person, I want you to know, and this is something I like about this card, if you see this lion at the back, one thing about a lion is the lion's heart, right? And when the lion is focused on someone and something with true intention, they never lose focus, okay? They never lose the focus of their intention. So they have that golden heart, that loyal heart of the lion. So you have to understand that even though things may be a bit misdirected or literally a mystery, that this person would still have a sense of loyalty to you, if that makes sense. They're still very loyal. Yeah, I feel like this person still holds a flame to you, for you. I think there's a lot of good characteristic traits to them, but there has to be a reason why, you know, you've distanced yourself, because the downside to the King of Wands is the ego space, right? And they can be very stubborn when it comes to seeing other people's directives, because they're very much about them. So there's positive aspects to this person, but also negative aspects. But it almost feels like it's a karmic partner, like someone that's here to teach you lessons, and you have to learn that lesson fully and completely, and then apply what you learned into your life. So you have to ask yourself, what did this person teach you? You know what I mean? Oh, it's okay to cry. It's okay. This is a safe space anyway. You know what I mean? And, you know, sometimes this is hard to hear, because I think it's just like we'll think it through, okay? This is something that I say a lot in my readings, but rejection is God's protection, okay? And it depends where your beliefs are at, but God being the all-loving being that protects us or loves us. And sometimes they create these people and they bring them into our lives to teach us a lesson, and then they cast them out from our lives. And sometimes we get very attached and become very, you know, connected, or I want to say attached is the only word that came forward properly. Attached to people, even though we may not be with them, we still feel them. That's why it's a karmic type of energy. So the lesson hasn't yet been learned. That's why with you, think it through. I think, you know, if the full picture came forward for me right now, is that this has been a hard, long journey, and you're nearly at the top of that mountain. Are you going to turn back and climb back down, or get to the top? Because I feel like there's a point where you have to release yourself from this karmic cycle, and it's by taking the lesson and applying it to your life. What did you learn from this person? What did they teach you about you? And how can that benefit you now, so that you don't fall into the trap? Because I feel like this person has good traits, you know, but, you know, the King of Wands can often feel like, you know, a narcissist in many ways. All the kings have those aspects, but there's a lot of good to this person too, which I feel like the way I'm looking at this person is that's how you still feel them too. Like you see the good and the bad side to them. That's why constant climbing up and down mountains over this person. You know what I mean? But break free of that cycle, break free of that karmic cycle, or it'll constantly repeat if you don't learn the lesson from that and complete it, and then move on to the next class. You know what I mean? And I understand that fully as a person. And when you learn to let go of that karmic cycle, you find, like, and I'm not saying you know, I don't judge anybody. If you ever chose to go back or revisit, it's up to you, free will and everything. But when you choose to let yourself free from this contract or energetic attachment, the freedom that comes in is so much bigger. You know, it's sort of like you want to sail the ocean, right? But you've been dragging this anchor behind you and wonder why your progress is so slow, because you're carrying the weight and energy of another instead of carrying your own and allowing that to flow and sail off into the greater beyond. So I just feel like, yeah, time to break that cycle and apply the lesson, and you'll come out of it better off. Let's just put it like that, in whatever way you want to say. And I'm not about breaking up families or anything like that. That comes down to you. But if anything, I wouldn't tolerate any behavior like that, and any sign of it I would get out. Yeah. So thank you, Pearl, for letting me read your cards. I know it's hard when you have stuff like that just pushed out there into the world. And by the way, guys, I put this on YouTube as well, so if you ever want to come back and see your reading, it's there. Okay. Alright, who's next? Yeah. Like in our own ways, in our own perspective, we've all come across, you know, that kind of energy. It's hard to distinguish the good and the bad in someone until you realize that either way it's not going to work. You know, it's sort of like we can try a million times, but in the millionth time we got to learn at some point that it's not going to benefit us to constantly repeat the cycle. Okay. Te Waipounamu heading 9. Okay, are you there? Te Waipounamu? My voice got quiet. Sorry, just doing a self-check to make sure I'm alright. My energy. Okay, awesome. Yeah, sometimes you got to touch in with yourself, right? Tap in and make sure you're good. Check your whole body. Because sometimes what you can do is visualize your whole body and see if you naturally see any shadow sitting in it. So if you imagine your body is light, you'll see if your body is not right, or, you know, because the thing about sort of accessing spiritual space is it drains the body, because the body's not made for that. It's the soul is, but and sometimes you have to check in with your light body, because you can get quite drained when doing readings, especially when you tap into the intuitive space, and you can self-check by looking for shadow in there, and then if you see any shadow in there, you just push the light to that space. So if anyone needed that, hopefully that helps. That's how I check in to make sure I'm alright energetically, to be able to give readings, because I felt a little drop in my energy, but that's because I've released myself from Pearl's energy. Thank you. Yeah, I don't really have a pose, so I've been using like my grandmother in spirit. She holds me. Here we go. Te Waipounamu. Here we go. Let's see what the cards say. Let's get a message for your highest good and your highest potential. Okay, so you got new moon in Libra, know you are loved, but that came out in reverse. And you do have two other cards, which I'm just going to acknowledge, but I'm going to take the new moon in Libra. You have new moon in Taurus, know your worth. And first quarter moon in Sagittarius, believe in your good luck. So there's a lot of confidence building happening in your energy right now. But the hardest lesson I would say for you to learn right now is to know that you're loved. And that's something you have to realize, like, this is something that I say to myself daily. Sorry, my hair's doing its thing. Is that I say, I am loved, I am safe, and I am blessed. I say this every day. This is sort of like my own little personal mantra, or, you know, affirmation. Because a lot of the times when you have, I'm just going to talk to you because I feel like this is what I need to say. A lot of the times when you have the energy of not feeling loved, you can often be hit with negative energies from others, or you're just more receptive to the negative or the unbalancement of your energy. So I would say for you, you're definitely a highly sensitive empath, and a lot of the pain and suffering that you've been feeling in your life, or pain and suffering might be a hard word, but the affliction is in the heart space, okay? Love itself. So you might have had a lot of dysfunctional relationships. If not, you've had a lot of dysfunctional people in spaces where your relationships were or belong to. Okay, so this could stem from childhood trauma, or, and I know that I'm just pushing that out there like that, but it's more like, you know, things that you've taken on from a young age. So new moon in Libra, I'm going to read it to you real quick. Oh, it's only because it was in reverse, so I'm just acknowledging that space, but we'll read it upright. It says, there's new or renewed love energy around you, be it familial, like family. I'm sorry, can you read that word? Familial? Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Platonic, romantic, or otherwise. Whether you're single or attached, a new person or professional relationship cycle is starting for you. Open your heart and be loving. The trick is to get involved with people you like or even love. Be that on a personal or platonic level. If you want a new friend, you're on the right track. For a work or money question, a new start is highly likely. In love, the sky is the limit now if you react with love. Okay, sorry about that. That was hard. My eyes are starting to get blurry. Okay, this card is especially a good sign for matters related to a romance, a job interview, or any important relationship. Consider the other person on blah, blah, blah. Love makes my world go round. And, you know, with this card coming out in reverse, I don't know why I giggled like that. It just came out like, it was almost like maniacal, like a little bit, like if I could understand what that laugh was, that was like a little bit cynical about love, you know. You might be a little bit cynical when it comes to the love space and trusting people. So if you don't know you're loved, how can you love? You know, it's that kind of energy. I'll get your tarot cards real quick. But if you are in a space of understanding that, and I know that these cards aren't created like that, but it's just how I intuitively read cards. It's always a little different from how the intention of the deck, you know, the deck may say this, but I'll intuitively pick up other things because that's part of what, you know, that inner knowing is about, is that you see the unseen, you see between the lines, you don't see the blatant obvious things. So you might put on a smile for everybody else, but a lot of that is a lot about not feeling loved in your life or properly. You know, for the kind of energy that you may put out, you're not receiving it back in the same way. Okay, yeah. So definitely shadow aspects coming forward, but don't fear it, because shadow aspects or shadow work is growth phases. So I see shadow as shadow work, or the darker energies as growth spaces and phases. So when we go into the growth phase, just like the seed that goes into the ground, there's no light in the ground, but that seed will grow in that ground. So you have to understand that you're going through a growth space, because here we have the moon in reverse and the devil card. Da, da, da. So when it comes to your emotional space, you have definitely never had an easy ride. Let's just put it like that. And not in the way that that came out. That was not a pun. My mind goes to bad places sometimes. But it's sort of like, you know, with the devil card, this particular card, it talks about all that glitters is not gold. But there definitely is an attachment or manipulation here. See that? That often happens in your energy when you are not sure about how you feel. Okay, so the moon card can often be about confusion, illusion, not being able to see clearly, not being able to see through a distorted space. So that's what I mean. There's that you might be a Capricorn or a Cancer or a Libra, or you might have those in your chart where it comes to like your Venus, your moon, and your rising. It just depends on why these cards fall out the way they do, but the energy is that there is a slight dysfunctional space in your love space, like in your relationships. But when you do that shadow work and bring balance, because that's the thing about Libra. Libra brings things into balance in an understanding and knowing that you're loved, like in a really deep, fundamental way. And this is something we have to understand, is that when we realize that the universe loves us, like God, Creator, you know, the beginning, the source energy, loves us so much, you know, beyond other people. When we have that access and knowledge to that, we feel like bulletproof, you know. I feel bulletproof because I'm loved, I'm safe, I'm blessed. The universe works in my favor. The universe brings me no ill will, you know. It's just reshaping how you say things to yourself. And in that creates positive energy when you know that you're loved by something bigger than you. Well, you're part of it. You know, you're part of it. If you can see the universe as the body, you're like an arm, you know, or we're only small, but we're just talking, and you have a function here, you know, functional space. And here with the devil, sometimes we get bound to things that don't belong to us. So the devil can represent sexual addiction, obsession, you know. I don't like saying words like that because it gives you like this image, but it's not always, you know, as bad as it comes across. But that's what it means. It's sort of like this feeling bound to some type of negative aspect to love or being in a relationship. And with the moon, feeling very unclear or uncertain about your emotional space, not really tapping into that love space. So when you tap into your heart space, you also tap into your intuition. And, you know, you have to understand that when you meet someone that's good for you, you're going to feel relaxed about them. Okay, you're going to feel relaxed. Now, a lot of us, we often get, oh, but they gave me butterflies in my tummy. Well, guess where all your negative emotions sit? In your tummy. Your human emotions. This is your human chakra, one of them anyway. And then you hit the heart and it goes up into the spiritual chakras. So when you feel someone in your human chakras, whether it's a tickle in the tummy or some kind of pull or urge, that can often mean that that person is not actually good for you. So it's a complete opposite. You know, some people, oh, I thought they made me nervous, you know, because it's created stress and anxiety. So we have to understand that usually the people that we feel absolutely comfortable with are actually our soulmates. There's less effort in maintaining their relationship or their relationship with someone that you completely vibe with, and you'll usually have a lot of common, you know, traits with each other. So it's because they usually complement you, not diminish you, okay? With that. And sometimes they don't always come in a shiny package. Sometimes they come in broken packages too. But sometimes someone can be broken in the right places where you're strongest. You know, there's that complementary soulmates. But here, I think you just have to get balanced with knowing that the universe only really wants you to do good, to do well. Because when we're in, okay, I'm gonna go deep. But when we're in a good timeline, when you're in a good timeline, it's beneficial for the universe, because in you being in a good timeline, everyone around you is affected by that good timeline, okay? So everyone that comes into that timeline and thrives, it's good for them too. So if you can see, it's sort of like a ripple effect. But when we're in destructive timelines, it's actually negative for the universe. So if you can understand that the universe works for you in many different ways and that they love you, and it's an unconditional, beautiful, blissful love that Source creates. And being able to, when you can tap into that unconditional love, you can love fully without having to have a mask, or you know, like a spiritual mask, or a glamour, or you know, an agenda. It just naturally, you know, it's naturally allowed to love and to grow. So love creates growth, you know. But so does working through our shadows, our negative aspects. Yeah, so sorry about that. I went on a bit, but I felt like you needed just a little bit of encouragement in the right direction. And that's just to bring love into your heart. And that's where you connect to the universe, is through the heart. It's your spiritual chakra. But in knowing that they love you, that they're working for you. And you just say to them, hey, I know you love me and I know you are working for me, so show me the way. It's simple. Use your language, the right language, to create the right way to manifest openly. So I used to ask for messages that I would understand. A sign that I could understand, because sometimes we just ask for a sign. But, you know, that literally leaves it open for the universe to create whatever. And it may not be a sign that you understand. So, yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for that. It wasn't a lecture, okay? All right. Thank you guys for being patient. Who's next? Where are we at? Ooh. Okay. Okay, this will be, I'm probably only going to do 2 more, guys. I'm so sorry. It's so late. Two more. I didn't even realise I was only supposed to go to 11. I got to get up in the morning. Thank you, Hermione. I was just getting comfortable anyway in that reading. Sorry, guys. I like to explain clearly. I said I have to go with who's on the list. So we're just waiting for the name. 3 more? Okay. Yeah, I know. This I was like, oh, I gotta be realistic. I can only go to Cinder. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, thank you for being patient and waiting and listening. Because sometimes, you know, like it's helpful to you. It's just, I'm just passing on experiences, and you just take the knowledge that resonates with you. Not all of it will make sense either, but the stuff that does, you can take that knowledge and apply it, if it makes sense, to you, and then pass it on. That's the cool thing about light, is that the light is actually wisdom, right? Bringing light and knowledge in. And then you just pass that little bit of wisdom. You'd be surprised when you plant that seed in someone's garden how much it grows. Okay. Yay, you waited so long too, Tehi. Thank you for coming in and sharing this time with me. Kaz. I came into your reading, but you were like, man, you had so many people in there. I was like, oh, I just kind of went, hi. Do I need a reading? And then I popped out. There's a lot of people. Okay. Oh, you're very welcome. Oh, that's not even for me. That's Hawani, guys. Yeah, she deserves that mahi too. She's done a lot. I'm going to try and power through these, guys, so let's do it. Hopefully. I'll stay till midnight, and then I'll go. We're going to get it. So, okay, dear. Are you here? Are you still here? Yeah. Oh, I like your style. I like your style and how you do it. We're 2 different spectrums, but you know, I was actually quite interested in seeing how you did your stuff, because you had a lot of people in yours. It was awesome, but I could see it was like you were getting tired and stuff as well. There must be a lot when all those people are just reaching. I would have just Hulk smashed them back. Push them out. Because I felt it too when I went in. A lot of people out there, eh? Jeez. Alright, okay. Okay, we're just going to see what's going on with you. Ground into your energy real quick. See what your current energy is and a message for your highest potential and highest good. I'm sorry, I heard it. Okay, you got first quarter moon in Cancer. There's a lot of Cancer energy though. Push through any insecurity. But what I want to say about this card is the color. You see that color? Turquoise. So for me, it's weird because I looked up what turquoise meant today, and it's because I was looking. Okay, I'm just sharing. I was looking at my aura today, and I was on, inspecting the coloring of my aura, and I got the color turquoise, and I could see it quite clearly because I thought, is that teal? Is that baby blue? And I heard turquoise. And I went, okay, so I went and looked it up. And it is actually a healing color. So it's interesting that there's a sensitivity right now. Oh, sorry, I'm just speaking. A sensitivity right now. That's why the insecurity. Because I feel like with you, there's you're beginning a path of change, and it's weird because I'm hearing Pocahontas in the background. I don't know why. But I feel like there's a lot of healing that you're going through as well along this journey. And it's sort of like, if you can think about if you were to walk a peninsula or a beach space and you come to the peak of it and there's no more land to walk, it goes straight to the ocean. You're literally standing at the end of the land, of the shore, and it's like now you have to step into the ocean, and that part gets really, really it's like the hardest part of the journey, the lag, a long lag. It's like leg. What's that word? Like it's like a long, I want to say leg, it's the word that comes forward, but it's like, no, I'm stuck on that word, but it's sort of like the journey before you was long and hard, but the next part of the journey is the hardest, because that's when you come face to face with your true reflection, and that's hard for you. That's a sensitive space. Oh, am I going to read this? Did I read this? My mind's going blip. Okay. Right. Drawing this card suggests you may be allowing self-doubt to derail you. Chances are that you started off strong, fast out of the gate, and full of bravado, but now you're allowing fears and doubts to cloud your vision. Family issues coming up now need dealing with. Maybe you think you're not good enough, or you're waiting for something to go wrong. This isn't the way to get what you want in life. Instead, be kind to yourself and others. Work on your insecurities and head towards your goals. Yeah. Energies of the first quarter moon in Cancer. Thank you for helping me to see that my loved ones and I can achieve anything. And this energy of this card says, I am and I can, but it needs to believe itself. Slow down and allow time for self-belief to grow. Yeah. It's all about nurturing. Like I said, turquoise is about healing. And it's sort of like we have to understand that the spiritual journey is a healing journey. I always call it a healing journey, because the healing allows you to see your true self. That's where you're at this stage of you're starting to heal all the physical things that happened in your life, or because I feel like land and water, two different things. So now you're diving deep in I think there's hesitancy to dive deep into the spiritual waters of your soul. So, okay, we're a little bit spiritual there. But I feel like you're getting to the point where the urge to dive in is so strong, like beyond. It's almost like the sirens call. You know, the mermaids. Weird, I got mermaid energy today too. They call you into the water, and you feel this need to go, and it's really hard to ignore it. And it's sort of, but to do that, you also have to heal the chink in your armor, which is the whatever insecurity that you have about this letting go of what was and embracing what is becoming. Because this energy that you're going into, it's already started. It's been started a long time. It's been developing even before you were conscious of it. But now it's knocking at the door, isn't it? There's something knocking at the door. Literally the door of your mind, asking to be seen. Yeah. Okay. Well, I like that for you. I like that for you. So here we have the Three of Cups. This is literally mind, body, and soul for me. So this is about self. This is about what your soul wants to express right now. And it's like you feel that things are not aligned properly. So if you can understand, that's Matariki. The stars. See that? I'm sorry. It's not. Yeah. Can you see the stars there? Anyway. For me, it's always been Matariki is what I see when the constellation comes up. And I feel like with the Three of Cups in reverse, because upright it means reunion, collaboration, celebration, things like that. But in reverse, I feel like it's just, you feel like things aren't aligning properly. Like how we had the reading before, that there's part of you that doesn't feel complete. Because upright, this is where you bring mind, body, and soul together, your whole, right? But in reverse, feeling a little bit disconnected from that call, like I'm not in the right, I'm not vibrationally matching it. But that's an inner thing. That's something that you're feeling because of like if you look here in the moon, as bright as it is, there has a shadow aspect to it. So, it's sort of like, yes, feeling light and bright, but in the back of the mind, that subconscious thought of not feeling whole or good enough. And to be honest, a lot of us go through that. Even me, I still have moments like that too, where I don't feel like I'm even spiritual sometimes, or even intuitive. I have lots of self-doubt about, am I talking shit? Am I talking shit? Am I making this up? And then I realize that, that's my mind. That's not my heart. My heart says yes, but my mind tells me I can't. So we have to learn that to allow the Three of Cups to come up right, we have to be connected to our heart space, because that's the truth for you. It's like, what does your heart say? What is it saying to you now? To do it, to do something, to jump in head first, unplanned, spontaneous. Is it asking you to do that? Because there's something in you that is so strong. Like I feel that energy pull, but not in a way that is detrimental. That's a cool thing. It's just this understanding of something new. It's different, and it's very hard to get over too. Like it's a lot, but not a lot either. It's just complex. I would say the mind feels it's complex, but the heart keeps singing that song. But here, what I want you to understand with the Three of Cups, we also have the King of Cups as your outcome. And all you have to do, like I said, sometimes you feel like you're not vibrationally matching what it is you're being called to, or you're not good enough, or you're not whole enough, but you actually are. That's the cool thing about the universe, is that you already are. You already are. And here with the King of Cups, all you got to do is tap into it. The King of Cups is the master, right? He masters his emotions. He creates emotional intelligence, is something that I always say. But if you can see that, he finds the tools to move forward on that sea, that ocean that this person wants to dive into. He creates the means of being able to transport yourself across it without it taking you down and, you know, like taking you out, you know. So you have to understand that you have the energy to do this, the strength to do it, the wholeness to do it, but also you have the tools and the resources to get you through this, to get you across the water, and in a way that won't be detrimental. And that all that comes down to is just loving yourself. Loving yourself enough to do what it is that you feel the need to do. So, hopefully that makes sense. Thank you very much. But that was actually really, like it's weird because as soon as I tapped into your energy, I just felt like that was you there. This person walking towards that water and wanting to dive in and make contact. You know, it's like that. Like it's almost like you're a mermaid returning back to the ocean, you know, getting in touch with your spiritual space, your intuitive space, your wider, you know, everything like that. That's the next call. But the hesitation is that it creates change, you know, creates change, and change is tough. You're very welcome. Yeah, the mind works like that sometimes, you know. Well, thank you for waiting that long. Thank you very much. That was actually beautiful energy, by the way. Oh, hi. Hi, Liz. Nadine. Alright, who's next? Alcatraz. 3. Alcatraz. Water. Okay, Alcatraz. Where we at? Oh, we got time. Tell you what, you sit on the seat long enough, I might need a comfier seat. Oh, sorry, guys. Alcatraz. Okay, here we go. Alright. I'm going to ask for your current energy and a message for your highest good and highest potential. I just got that flipped out pretty fast, so I feel like you're open to my energy. You've been sitting here long enough and your spirit guides are comfortable with me knowing stuff. But here we have full moon in Aries. Call your emotions. So you might be a little bit stubborn about something or set. Your mind is very set on something. But we'll read the card real quick and then we'll get the tarot cards. So full moon in Aries. Call your emotions. Okay. Okay, here we go. Are you in the middle of an argument or perhaps in the mood to pick an argument? Surely not. Or are you being overly forward? This is a time of heated emotions and frayed tempers. Anger is better than despair, as Abraham Hicks taught us, because anger spurs us on to do something, but you may get better results if you master your emotions. Certainly avoid stirring the pot or it could boil over. Calling your emotions and being the peacemaker means you'll attract a lot more peaceful outcome. So seek a balance between you, you and you, and me, me and me. It says out of this only good will come. Because they're saying here that anger isn't always unhealthy, but when it becomes too much, you have to transmute it into a healthier state or to love, especially if it's including dramas with others. So I'll just get your tarot cards. real quick. Oh, 6. That jumped out fast. Your cards want to talk. Anything else? Oh, okay. It's this 4 of Cups coming in all the time. You know, it's been in the readings this whole time. Like most of the readings, I think. Anyway, so you got for your tarot cards, you got the 6 of Wands, the 4 of Cups, and under the bottom of the deck, as soon as I flipped it, he is sitting the King of Cups. So, okay, if this makes sense, why it's saying call your emotions, because sometimes our ego comes over the top, or there is this need to be, like, because with Aries, if I can understand, is this your current energy, you might be in a very strong mood to start some shit. You know, you might be like literally trying to break down walls, but that might be communication walls, and you might be understanding that the thing is, the more you hit this wall, the less communication you're getting, and also it's causing you to be quite angry and or frustrated at the situation. Because the thing about Aries is they like to get things done, they like to go about their business, but they also don't like to be stalled or stagnant as well. So and it can build into frustration. Like if I don't get, you know, what I need or what I want from the situation, it can boil over into anger and create a scene, you know, become quite emotional, because Aries is quite emotional, even though they appear not. But the thing is about fire signs, and you may be an Aries, you may not be, but it just might be you're bringing the heat, but in a positive way, as in like passion and conviction is the better word I want to use. Like you're very strong in the way that you think, and sort of coming to the understanding that when I don't get what I want, I feel less, or of less value, or less, I feel like, or feel more numb, because the 4 of Cups has been about a bit tired, a bit bored, a bit numb. So it's almost like I want to, you know, be the instigator. I want to create a situation or a scene, because then you can release all this tension that's building up inside you, because you may not be getting the rewards here with the 6 of Wands upright. You see, this is someone that's the victory, or the victor. You know, they win, they achieve. But with yours in reverse, not feeling like you're winning right now. So, you know, which is quite very bad for an Aries energy anyway, if you're not Aries. But like I said, there's a lot of, like, it's weird because I'm just getting a lot of people rubbing you the wrong way, like, and creating that conflict and that aggression. Like there's, like, you know how rams, they start banging their heads together or ramming each other, literally ramming each other. I feel like you may be butting heads with people in your life, and it's just becoming too much, and so you try to ignore it, but that's, you know, it's not easy to ignore. Like it's almost like a volcano. I didn't want to say that, but that's what I want to say, and it just boils up until it's ready to erupt. And here with the King of Cups being your outcome, which is the same but different. But this is what you would be like if you mastered or called your emotions. Because look, here's the thing about the King of Cups, is that he sort of just aligns himself. He accepts his emotions. He's okay. Let's just say he's done the deep dive. You know what I mean? He's gone down to the depths of who he was to see, you know, to find that sunken treasure, or to find the truth in something, and then he's come to the top again for fresh air, or for a fresh breath of air, and in that discovered so much about himself. So I feel like for you there's a lot of self-discovery here, and to not try to avoid your emotions, but just bring them to a loving space. So with cool your emotions, it's literally like dunking yourself into the ocean, you know, cooling it down, letting it not rise, and just sort of just take a more softer approach, just like the card actually. Take a more softer approach. What did it say? New moon and full moon and Aries. Oh, sorry, the cards. Full moon and Aries. It said, yeah, transmute anger into healthy anger and even love, including dramas with others. Seek a balance between you, you and you, and me, me and me. Sorry, I find that this a little bit. Oh yeah, calling your emotions and being the peacemaker means you'll attract a more peaceful outcome. Because I think, and I'm going to be honest, if this makes sense, it may not. But I feel like you want a good outcome here. Oh, sorry. Lots of love to you. But your energy may be just saying, oh man, you know, I want to break stuff. You know, like it's that kind of frustration. But when you actually really look at it, it's because you actually care a lot. You care a lot about people. You know, it's just you have a lot of like love to give. I say that to a lot of people, but they don't realize that their anger is just frustration from not having that expression of love, or that ability to love something properly, or heal it, or bring it in to alignment with your perspectives, or your where you are at emotionally. So I feel like, you know, missed opportunities when it came to love maybe, or just feeling a little bit numb and bored of being numb. But if you're going to feel anything, don't tap into anger, tap it into love. Okay? I would say that. King of Cups. He's transcended hate and anger and pain. He's transcended that. He's gone into a space of peace. You know, look at his face. Look where he's at. Look where he shines from, his heart. It's just getting in touch with your emotions. But getting in touch with them means bringing, it's like putting water on the flame. You know, it's sort of like love, compassion to yourself. Because only you can decide to calm this situation down, if this is a situation, or if this is in a conflict within yourself. Because it was that you, me, and me. So it's just the way you talk. Sometimes when we change our language, and I know this is weird. Yeah, but that's okay. This doesn't resonate? No. Full moon in Aries though. That's an interesting path. But it's weird because even though, okay, it may not resonate at this point, but with that King of Cups, with cool your emotions in that King of Cups. Yeah, but the Six of Wands can be about private as well, because Six of Wands is the victor coming home, showing off, you know, the victory. But in Six of Wands, keeping it down, playing it down. Four of Cups, feeling numb, tired, bored. It's weird because I want to say, with that full moon in Aries, you wanted to start some shit. Like literally. But this could literally be your energy in the outcome. Maybe that's what you've been through. It may not be current now. Just inner conflict, not so much the outer. Maybe inner, not external. Like a plethora of emotions. But I feel for you, get in touch with your emotions is important. King of Cups. Yeah. Alright, let's pull some more cards here. So I can see the picture. So if I've missed the mark there, that's interesting. Because I have never ever missed the mark. So I'm missing something here. Vital information. Let's have a look. Page of Swords in reverse. Do you have an energy around you that's like this? Because this is like very abrupt energy. Because you could be the King of Cups here, just doing your thing, but there's an energy around you that is not. That's why I assume it's your energy, because I usually read energy that's, you know, your energy and the energies around you are usually second, so it's usually about the self. So I know this is burning up my time. This may be a person that's around you, trying to disturb your peace, trying to start stuff with you. Maybe not you. Or at least you're disassociating from that space, if that's the key there. Because with the Page of Swords in reverse, this can usually mean someone very blunt, very immature as well. And then you're just right in the middle. This is a feisty person. Do you have a feisty person in there? Around you? I feel like it's external. I feel like it's external. That's what I mean. It's so rah. Well, I don't know what to say then, because that feels like that's the message that wants to come forward. If this isn't you at all, it doesn't make sense that even when I go and ask for another bit of information, it brings forward this sort of like this arrogant energy with the Page of Swords. That's why I thought it was you, though. You know, like a journey through this and bringing love to self. Like a lot of, could be several stages. Maybe you cooled your emotions over time. Maybe a long story, not so much a short general story right now. Yeah, Page of Swords. It's an aggressive energy anyway, that's all I can say. Even with the Page of Swords in reverse. Messages not getting through. And then the Strength card. It says a lot of fire. It's interesting. It's a lot of fire energy. Even the Strength card coming in here. You know? Well, I'm gonna tell you this. This person, I feel like if they're not directly affecting you, the energy is so strong right now, it's around you. Because even with the Strength card, there's this, you know, this good side, and then they have the beast there. You know what I mean? But they may often play the victim. I don't know, this could be a younger person as well. But if anything, bring love to the situation. That's all I've got. And that's all that they want to say too. Because I feel like for me it was you, because it was so much in your energy. But it might be around you. Yeah, sorry about that. Because I don't usually miss. Ever. But it doesn't dent my ego. It's okay. Sometimes the message isn't always clear. I guess. It did dent my ego a little bit. And I'm sorry about that. Sorry that wasn't a good message for you. But that was all that wanted to come forward. But if you do end up meeting up with an energy like this, you have to understand that they struggle with taming that fire in them. They have a lot of struggle with that. They might be a little bit younger or a little bit more immature. They have a big ego and they have a lot of inner aggression. If it's not external, outward energy, they may not want to fight with you, but they may want to fight with other people. But your energy is very calming to this person, so they may seek counsel from you or get advice from you. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Alcatraz. Yeah, it might be. I don't know, but I feel like you might be coming into contact with them. Okay, I'll do one more. Sands. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, that one tripped me up. Sorry, Alcatraz. Hopefully I can do better next time. But whoever that was, they need to cool down. And that might be your loving touch that will actually bring it in for them. Okay. I might be getting low on spiritual juice. It's been a few hours. Let's have some water. Sands, you're my lucky last. Yeah, because sometimes it brings in the message that we need or not what we want. And that person has powerful energy. Sorry, now I'm going to rattle that in my brain, but I've got to let it go. Sands. I've got to let it go. You know, I've got that song, got a big ego, such a big ego, love is big ego. Let it go. Yeah, no, that sucks, to be honest. Sorry, Sands, I've got to ground deeply. Yes. I'm going to get out your current energy and message for your highest good and highest potential. Oh, what did we get? You got new moon in Taurus. That's been popping up a lot too. Know your worth. Okay. So I'm just going to read it real quick and then I'll get to tarot cards. Okay. It says, you're right on track, but you need to go steadily. Knowing that you're worthy of your desires is crucial here. Opportunities open up when you believe in yourself. Dig deep and move past negative comments from others. No matter what happened in the past, if you're aiming to manifest something for the good of everyone concerned, you can do it. Good self-esteem will also boost your manifesting powers, so love yourself more. Know your own worth and others will too. Be true to your values. This card is an especially good sign for matters related to property, possession, sensuality, love, self-belief and self-worth. And your affirmation is, I deserve to manifest. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Oh, keep that up. I deserve to manifest. I love that. So we're going to get your tarot cards and then I'll just speak intuitively. Lucky last. I feel like for you, and I'm just going to say this quickly, that sometimes you try to keep that knowing of your worth up, but that gets hard sometimes to maintain. One more, please. Okay. Okay. So I might be a little bit low on spiritual juice here, but I'm just going to talk intuitively. With Know Your Worth, you're just finding it hard to maintain that positive aspect of your personality, because I feel like a lot of the time with you it's almost like you will feel strong and powerful, and then you'll find it like there'll be like a little stumbling block or a hiccup, and you'll actually, even though it's only very small, you're sensitive to that, and it may pull you back a lot. So here you have the Nine of Cups, the Ten of Swords in reverse, which is actually a positive card when it's reversed, and the Six of Swords in reverse. So we got all reverses here. So sometimes it may mean a delay or not quite learnt or come into the vibration of it upright. So with Nine of Cups, it's a little bit I have to explain it upright first. So upright, it's about wish fulfillment, contentment, satisfaction. Contentment, I don't know if it's contentment, but it's about, you know, feeling whole. So in reverse, there's a lot of cups. I feel like you've just spread yourself out so thin that you don't feel whole. You feel a little bit empty. You know how sometimes people can be givers or share until they have nothing, and you know, if we give and give, it leads to emptiness, or give and give until you're empty, it leads to emptiness, and not in a positive way. So you have to understand that to give love, you also have to be and receive love too. There has to be an equal there has to be an equal exchange, so that you can allow yourself to feel a lot more positive about who you are as a person. And here with the Ten of Swords in reverse is actually good. So upright, it is a very painful ending, okay? So you might be a little bit conflicted about something that hurt in the past. Ten of Swords, I want to say past, but then I don't feel comfortable with it, because I feel like maybe this was a little bit more recent, and if it's not a little bit more recent, I feel like you've just gotten over the energy of something negative that happened and ended. You've just gotten over it. And see, with the Ten of Swords, it's sort of like that's when all the swords get taken out. So it's sort of like a healing space for me. So I feel like you've gone through a lot of giving until you had nothing, and then removing each and every sword that stabbed you in the back. So a healing phase, a growth phase. So you have to realize with swords, sometimes swords represent thoughts and communications. So they may be negative thoughts, negative mindsets, negative communications with others, and or with people that you care about in your life. But with the Six of Swords, finding it very hard to get across to the calm waters of your emotions. So you may feel triggered by things a lot. You may feel sensitive to things because you go into mind loops. This is a sign of like a mind loop, or sort of like, so the emotions. So when we have a negative aspect of how we feel about ourselves and how we see love for ourselves as not being a fulfilling space, we carry that through. So when you go through the Ten of Swords, you've gone through that painful space, but now you're trying to heal it. Okay, but for every time you try to heal it or rise up above that water and take a breath, you get pulled down again, which is just denoting a lot of struggle in your journey forward. And a lot of that is the mind. So you have to be mindful of getting out of your head and getting into your heart. This is something you have to understand, that often people that feel this way have a big hole in them, like they feel like there's a hole missing through the middle of them or in the heart space, and that we actually have to fill that, not with things and not with people, but with love for ourselves. Self-love, self-care is really important in knowing your worth. And the thing is, the universe can bring in your worth, but only you can recognize it as being yours. So you have to understand that to know your worth, you have to you can recognize it as being yours. So you have to understand that to know your worth, you have to recognize, like lost my train of thought. Sorry. Just when the connection showed up. But I just feel like, yeah. Am I back though? Am I back? I'm sorry. I don't think it's a whole bunch of people. I actually think that our weather's playing up. I don't know. I don't think so. It's actually pretty warm. Okay, I'm back. Okay, sorry about that. I lost my train of thought, so I'm going to start fresh. But I go out into the backyard, and I just think, and sometimes it's hard. Some days it's really hard to think of the things that are going right and the love and abundance that I have. Okay, sometimes it's hard, I get it. But if I acknowledge that to the universe acknowledges that to me. It literally gives us what we resonate at. And I feel like you have to understand that even in your darkest days, you have to find the silver lining and the light in it, to allow you to move out of these sad times. Yeah, you know what I mean? The sad times. Yes, I am up late. I'm finishing. This is my last read. Hi. and it's just like, I feel like you are going to be the one that validates you, and that's important. It's important to know that. So if anything, just find the silver lining in the clouds. You know, like I said, like there's a lot of watery, hard thought energy in your cards. So sometimes to turn that over or to change the page, we actually have to remember the good things that are going right and affirm those to ourselves. You know, some days I just got to be happy that the sky is blue and the grass is green. You know, I appreciate that, you know, because now that I understand and see the finer details in my life, I'm able to just say, you know, grateful for the birds singing and the sun rising in the sky, and just getting quite bigger picture, then focusing in on what isn't going right and zeroing in right into that till we destroy it in our minds, and create negative thought patterns. So a lot of that for you is it's not just so much changing the mindset, but it's acknowledging the pain. Because I feel like you're this type of person that smiles a lot and laughs a lot, but suffers secretly more to yourself. If not, there's a lot of emotional outpour when it gets heavy. Yeah, the attitude of gratitude, like, you know, it's the best thing, because it's sort of like acknowledging to the universe that you understand that you're getting the good stuff too. They can't. One thing I'll have to say, it's sort of like acknowledging to the universe that you understand that you're getting the good stuff too. They can't. One thing I'll have to say. Yeah, I know, right at the end. But I'm just going to say it really quick, and then that's going to be me. So I'm going to say goodbye right now. But I just want you to know that a lot of that is baby steps. So take your time with it. You don't have to rush and do it all at once. Baby steps towards self-love. That way you can get into the understanding and in touch with accepting it and receiving it as well. So the universe loves you. I talk about that a lot. The universe loves you. It wants you to do the best thing you can ever do for yourself. And that is to love yourself and value yourself first. Okay. Hopefully that came out in time. Thank you, guys. Lots of love to you. I'm going to say good night. Thank you, Sands. Hopefully that made sense. I know I got a little bit at the end, but I knew I was pushing it. Yeah, okay, Friday. Actually,